Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は215日目です。It is day 215. Let's get into our topics here. We are in lesson 3. Lesson 8. So, who did what now? Learn more about and mo and question words. Okay. So, what do we have here? Nanika, nanimo. Right? Something, nothing. And then dareka, dokoka. I mean, yeah. Daremo and dokomo. Okay. So we got the negative and positive non-specific thing. Right? In this topic, we're going to learn about ka and mo and be added to question words to turn them into non-specific nouns. We did get introduced to... What other question words do we have? Did we cover dare? Huh. Doko, definitely. For example, nani can become nanika, something, or nanimo, nothing, and dare can be dareka, someone, or daremo, no one. With this, we will be able to talk in more general terms about things and people in the world, right?
何か食べたい。
Was it yesterday for the want? Might have been 2 days ago.
今日は何もしていません。
Right? していません is it yesterday? This is about the state. So not wanting to do something and remaining in that state, right? This is an aspect change.
誰か部屋にいますか?
And then this is technically an aspect as well, as existence, right? The exception to the present progressive.
誰も彼を知りません。
And then your standard. Is there anything special? There are several casual forms of these expressions that are used in speech or in certain dialect. These forms are called nanika, nanka. Okay. Or nanimo and nanmo, okay? As opposed to interesting. So you could, okay, so either or you can encounter. Interesting. I don't remember that point. This one's fine. Let's see, one common point of confusion is when nani is pronounced as nani and when it's pronounced as nan, right? Let's dispel that confusion now. Alright. You what? As mentioned on the respective grammar page, when used in the words nanimo and nanika, right? Despite them making a special comment about dialectic or like casual things, still can be nanka, nanmo. Nani is technically pronounced as nani. However, in casual speech, that is often shortened to nan. Right? Is a contraction. Is a very common one. There's also a cha and kya as well.
何か冷蔵庫に飲み物はある?
They wrote it out.
なんか新しいゲームをしたい.
Besides this, nanka is also sometimes used as a filler word in casual speech. Interesting. People simply say to fill space while they are thinking, similar in tone to the use of like as a filler in English. Interesting.
なんか午前中は忙しかったな。
Okay. You can count on this. Outside of nanika and nanimo, there are some general rules for when nani and nan are used. Nani is used to generally question what, or before particles like ga and wo. Okay, so this is before ga, so is that 何色が好き？
何色が好き？
何色が好き? Oh, wow, that just stayed up. Okay. I thought this went down, but stayed up. So, 何色が好き? Okay.
誕生日に何が欲しい？
This is closer to what I was doing out here, like ski, as opposed to and hoshi, but this went up. It just kept staying up and went even higher. None is used before counters, for example, right? Nannen means what year or how many years, or often with words starting with D. Di, te, and ne. あなたは何世ですか？これは何の声？
これは何の音？
音。Sorry.
あなたは何歳ですか？
I was thinking of voice. Interesting. Or that makes sense. Yeah, these two I can pick up on from listening. This one, oh, yeah, like nannen. Okay, fair enough. Okay, so we have, I guess, maybe the teacher saying, where are Yuji's shoes? And I'm guessing this is Yuji. Oh, no, not Yuji. Yuji. And then the girl is saying he placed it in the box, right? The folders, partitions, like in the back of the room, of grade school room. And then I can barely make out, it kind of looks like Koji or something. He's like, no, he was, maybe she is questioning where he was, and he's like, nah. And then she asked him, he placed the shoes in his bag. Okay. And then she's probably telling him it worried him and he's apologizing or something like that. This box is a little interesting. Okay.
先生、ユージくんの靴を誰か知ってる？さくら、なんか昼にケンジくんが触っているのを見た。ケンジ、僕は何も知らない。
Oh, okay. He's just that he doesn't.
私も昼ご飯の時間に誰かがユージくんの靴を履いているのを見ました。先生、ケンジくん、何か知らない？ケンジ、本当はユージくんの靴がかっこいいので欲しかったんです。誰も見ていないと思って、ユージくんの靴を僕のカバンの中に入れました。
The heck?
先生、それはとても悲しいです。ユージくんは靴がないから泣いてたよ。ケンジ、僕が悪いです。ごめんなさい。
Okay. So the teacher asked, does anyone know, right? Does anyone know where Yuji-kun no kutsu, right? Where it is, right? Where his shoes are. And in this case, dareka, right? Dareka is injected here to characterize who is to know. Actually, they didn't make any comment about where these words can be. Like, dareka, do you need to know? Probably you can infer that it's kind of like the interrogative. Wherever interrogatives are, you can probably place the ka and mo to modify them in their place. And then I wonder why this is using Steru. 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 Oh, we have Shiru, right? And then had the command. Oh, potential? Oh, wait. Oh, I don't... Actually, I'm not too sure about that one. I mean, it comes out as does. I'm pretty sure this is the potential. Then, Nanka. Akira Nanka. Oh, is this being used as a filler? Like, which they mentioned earlier. So Nanka, and then, she saw that, Kenji, Kenji-kun touched, or kind of like, I guess had touched them at lunch, right? At Hiru. Or afternoon. Around the afternoon area. Yeah, this one's a little weird. I noticed this the last day, yesterday and the day before as well. Hiru ni, sure, you can say lunch. Lunch is awfully more specific than just saying during noontime, which obviously this diagram also lines up with what I usually feel when someone says hiruni in the afternoon, as opposed to like you could say gogo or something like that, but hiru doesn't necessarily. It's around lunchtime. Then Kenji denies it. Like, boku nanimo. I don't know anything. And then Mami? One's... Wait, Mami is the girl, right? Wait, there are two girls? Oh yeah, this girl is different. Yeah. So this is Sakura, and I didn't notice that there was a second girl. Yeah, Mami chimes in. Oh, that makes sense. I see why you didn't mention it first. And it's like, I also, in this case, now they actually say during lunch. So in the lunchtime, I also in the lunchtime saw that Kenji, Yuji-kun placed, someone placed Yuji-kun shoes, right? Or wore Yuji-kun's shoes, which is inferring that Kenji did, right? And then sensei's like, Kenji-kun, nanika, right? Nanika shiranai? That you don't know anything, right? Like, are you sure you don't know anything? It's more like that than simply say you don't know anything. And then Kenji's like, really? Like, for real? I thought, because, like, in truth, basically, in truth, I thought Yuji's kun's no kutsu was very cool, right? Or is cool, or awesome. So he, ashikatan desu. He wants them, right? He wanted them. So no one was looking. While no one was looking, I thought no one was looking. I placed the his shoes into my bag, right? So no kaban no naka ni hairimashita, right? And then we also have to keep in mind that there's also polite speech. The kids properly speak politely. However, someone is a little bit more forceful here. Kenji is a little more, obviously then he switches to more polite. And then Sensei, right, he says, honestly, since Yuji's shoes are cool, I wanted them. So I thought nobody was watching, so I put Yuji. He was in my back, right? So we had a Daremo and injected there. And Sensei said, well, they're very upset or sad, right? Kanashi desu. And because his shoes weren't there, basically. He was crying. Oh no, sorry, he was crying, yeah. And since he had no shoes. Does that really say? Yeah, I suppose. Since he has no shoes. More like since the shoes aren't there, or since Yuji-kun's shoes aren't there wherever there was, like it did not exist. Because of that, he was crying, right? Naite da yo. And then I heard this. After seeing this a bunch of times, I heard this a bunch of times in while playing Persona 3. So it's okay. It's okay. I keep thinking it's like someone's being bad versus it's someone's fault. So now I get it. Boku ga warui, right? Warui desu. It's my fault. Gomen nasai, right? Sorry. I heard this and now I don't think of it as, oh, my bad or I'm bad. It's my fault. Okay. All right, so we got Dareka, right? Dareka. Do we have a Daremo? Yes, we did have a Daremo. Do we have a Nanika? We had Nanimo. No, nothing, right? Nanimo shiranai. We have a Nanika somewhere. Yes, Nanika shiranai, when she was asking if you knew something or anything. Neat. Very neat. Let's move on to our next one. Bonus topic. Oh my word. It's the parts of speech. Become more familiar with how Japanese words are labeled and why. But that is so broad. It could be... In this bonus topic, we're going to learn more about the types of Japanese words, often called parts of speech. Sure. So far, we've seen many types of words and given them labels as they come up. Yup. Especially, what are the newest ones that I rarely use in English, or haven't really thought about in English? Auxiliary verbs, case marking particles. What was the other one? Parallel. Oh no, I forgot all the the different types of particles in the super family of case marking. So that's kind of aspect. I do like the word aspect as opposed to thinking strictly about tense and forms. The stuff that I'm usually referring to as forms is a generalization of tense and aspect, right? So, and then in this topic, we will take a step back and look at the bigger picture of how Japanese words work and how all these labels fit together. Okay, details. So back to school. When learning Japanese as a foreigner, we end up learning all sorts of terms for different types of words. But why? Categorization, organization, right? Mind palace, situation. Categorization, organization creates generalizations and pattern recognition that allows you to leverage scalability of a large quantity of examples, right? The main reason is to quickly tell how words are used grammatically. I mean, yeah, how they connect to other sorts of words and so on. Pattern recognition. It is not just foreign learners who classify words. Well, yes, that is certainly the case. Japanese school children also learn a basic classification system for words. School children also learn a basic classification system for words. To follow up, it's not just It's not just foreign language only classified. School students in general do that. And it's a very adequate strategy and technique that matures and evolves in complexity as one gets older, right? Not dissimilar. Oh, there it is. Not dissimilar to English English speakers learning. Not dissimilar to English speakers learning. English speakers learning what nouns and verbs are. Oh my gosh. Okay. I almost feel like this could be worded differently with a comma or something. One of the main takeaways from this classification system is that we can divide all Japanese words up based on two important questions. Interesting. Can it be used independently? Okay. Does it normally need other words around it to be used? Auxiliary. So this is probably like auxiliary related. And or... that's interesting. I don't know where they're going with this. And it conjugate. Does it change form? All right, fair enough. With these... Oh, I like that they somewhat clarified their use of the word conjugate. I've read several hot takes from self-proclaimed linguistic experts who are still in education and stuff to be incredibly rigidly pedantic about the semantic application of the meaning conjugate. So they would disqualify Japanese as a language that has conjugation because they hyper-focus on the nature and nuance of conjugation like in Spanish. Which, in my opinion, while you could be pedantically accurate about these things, it is also it can be out of touch, right, with colloquial use. It's ironic because those individuals would claim that they understand colloquial use and native speech and appreciation for that while being hyper pedantic about their area of specialties, right? There's a reason why there are colloquialism and grammatical, right? Like professional and like non-native and native uses of a language, right? Some people could argue that native uses do not reflect professional writing because it's not the most common way of reflecting the language's use. So whenever someone says someone sounds native or natural, they can be flexibly using it categorically. So there are obviously limitations or maybe restrictions or qualifications of categorization. And categorization gets more and more detailed and nuanced and organized as one becomes more experienced. That leads to potential out-of-touch pedantic arguments. And one of them is definitely the occasional argument that Japanese do not have conjugation. Because they argue that if you think of Japanese as conjugating, then you are failing to appreciate how the Japanese language works, like how Japanese people think about their words. Do they think about it as a form of conjugation, right? To me, kind of like beating the dead horse a little bit, largely because perspective is not necessarily erroneous. Having limited perspective because you're incredibly hyper-focused and pedantic about things, that makes one still accurate. First of all, they are probably still accurate based on their classifications. However, they alienate and ostracize others in a exclusive club. That's like taking an expert where an expert is narcissistic and they walk around thinking that they are better than everyone else, largely because they refuse to colloquialize or generalize their knowledge in order for people to become interested, of course. That's like kind of telling a school child all the advanced classification systems prior to introducing a basic classification system. What I'm saying is the ones that I read on occasion, which is still occasion, they present themselves as experts, not instructors, right? So when they write reviews and like keyboard warrior all over like a Steam review site, grain of salt. It's a very, like, that individual presents themselves like they're trying to help other people, but they speak narcissistically, arrogantly, and pridefully about themselves and the depth of their own knowledge. That is a clear indicator that the person is morally grandstanding for their own narcissistic goals. And moral grandstanding is narcissistic in general, so that might be an overly redundant way of saying, but typically is someone who morally grandstand to make themselves heard as a self-proclaimed expert, which does happen quite frequently. The more one wants validation for their hard work or their expertise. That to me is someone who, for all due respect, they're probably really well academically inclined, however, they are not instructors. Nor do they have exercise the necessary compassion or empathy to incorporate multiple perspectives, like teaching school children, for example, or teaching foreign language learners, right? Okay, so how does this work? Unchanging and independent. First, let's look at independent non-conjugating words. Oh, okay. I see. This category is where the meat of Japanese sentences come from. These words are conveying meaning just on their own, right? And they do not need to change forms to attach to other words. Okay, so we're talking about like solid. This is where that's a great way to look at it, honestly. So unchanging and independent words are like SRS friendly, in my opinion. Like one of the core minimalistic high efficiency deck building, right? Not like video game deck building, but SRS deck building. I think one of the most appropriate uses of the minimalistic hyper efficient approach to building decks or SRS algorithm, for example, would be the unchanging and independent one. Now, that doesn't mean other people haven't attempted to adapt like Bunpro with grammar topics and other types of things, which ends up being more like textbook, right? Textbook elaborations, like chapter-based deck building situation. But I think this is the quintessential. I would say whenever someone tells me they're studying, like Japanese, for example, or they're studying a language, and they talk about it cursorily as though it's undefined or very fundamentally certain, right? Like certain with generalizations, they're referring to the study of unchanging and independent words in any language, really, not necessarily just Japanese. So when it comes to SRS, I think this is where it starts. The golden goose, the gift that keeps on giving, when you place independent non-conjugating words into a deck, right? It's very agreeable. You learn it, it's self-contained, it works modularly for the most part, right? Independence mean that it can be modular. So when you learn something like ringo, right? Ringo wa ringo desu ne. Okay, so this category is this category includes things like, right, nouns, adverbs. Interesting. Yeah, adverbs. Adverbs with an asterisk, maybe. And then pre-noun adjectivals. Oh yeah, pre-noun, like adjectives that are before nouns, specifically adjectives that are before nouns, right? Pre-noun adjectivals. I think that's what they're referring to. Pre-noun adjectives. What else could that mean? I'll see what their examples are. I feel like I have like 2 or 3 interpretations of what a pre-noun adjectival is. Then conjunctions, of course. conjunctions are pretty. You use them, you learn the conjunctions, you use them, right? And then interjections. Oh yeah, interjections can go anywhere. Like interjections are how you can infuse personality, right? Interjections are the personable things, like bruh, which I don't use, and you don't have to use. Interjections tend to be highly variant. In fact, you could just come up with an interjection of your own. Like in P5X, for example, Ichigo is a character. Ichigo Sakano. Sakano has this quirk where she says kyun. Kyun at the end of her sentences just to sound cute. Right? Kyun would be an interjection. It just goes anywhere. In beginning, end, kyun. With this sort of word, what you see is what you get, which makes it very friendly. So, if I were thinking about constructing a deck, oftentimes, like especially a deck that's used without like a more layered analytical strategy, unlike sentences and grammatical patterns and whatnot, I would say that making your deck filled with unchanging and independent elements are likely representing 90% or more of your initial SRS deck, kind of like a Wanikani situation. And then when Wanikani, the ones that are dependent, like they're not independent, right? They're dependent type of words, they are often scrutinized in feedback about saying like, why learn these? You need more context than simply a look trigger response, right? Or the popularization of SRS, right? You see something, you write what it is, you see something, and then whenever you see something and you're like, well, it could be like 4 things depending on the context that first come to your head. Can you remember all 4 of those things? Then you go into the realm of probably changing and dependent stuff, which you still can do, obviously. I kind of think it's fun to do it. It's, in my opinion, my impression is that most people find it incredibly discomforting, especially on the internet. We spent like the last 2 days when I was playing like Persona, we already spent the days about looking at the world or looking at arguments and perspectives as zeros and ones, rights and wrongs, right? Correct and incorrect, black and white, evil, good, evil and good, better and worse, or yeah, that type of thing. And this is where the categorization would be helpful here. If you can get those rights and wrongs, zeros and ones, it certainly fulfills this. You get what you get. And for myself, I like to still buck at this. Despite like something, seeing what you get, I actually add layers to it myself because it promotes me to think about it in more than one way so that I don't forget. Like, it's less likely that I would forget the thing, and I do that by association. So despite, right, kono hon, like this book, it can only mean this book, right? So if you know kono and hon, right, you could argue that it is always going to be this, it is always going to be book. However, I do one better. Despite it being independent functionally, so grammatically, right, grammatically and or whatever, I use association to reinforce my understanding of kono. So kono is kosoado. Mouse hard, right? So while this does function independently, like if you see it on a car, kono, it can only mean this. It actually means all of these things to me. And what I mean is they don't literally mean it. They figuratively are associated with other things. And that is why I really like the topic section that they have, because what they're also trying to create networks. You're trying to create networks of ways to get it. If you know sono, you know kono, right? If you know ano, you know kono, right? That's kind of the idea. And then hon, well, you might not, right? Hon would be book, but there's also bon. This is also a counter. Hon, bon, right? So while you could argue, oh, hon alone is all you're going to get, there's actually two things here. That's what I mean by I do spend in probably, one could argue, either a multiplicative or an exponential amount of time thinking about things actually not as independent and statically unchanging things. However, that's a grain of salt. It's connecting independent things together by looking at their relationship with each other, their association with each other. So they themselves, the actual things, are considered unchanging and independent. How I remember things are dependent on each other. It's to increase the dependency in the sense that each independent thing can trigger another dependent thing. And that's how I remember things. So nearly all of my recalls require a line of association or story in a colloquial sense. So if I can explain here, I should be able to explain there and over there, right? If I see hon, I can think of a counter or a book, right? And sore, right? Kosoado, ni, and when you think of ni, well, that sore ni, you can think of this as an independent thing, right? Sore ni, or you can think of it as two things, and then ni has a de association, because ni and de tends to be in my categorization of separation. Like, do I use a ni or do I use a de? And if you're not familiar with what I'm referring to by the comparison and contrast between ni and de, then that's what I mean by you can see it as simple things, or you can see it as associated things. It's easy for me, it's stronger for me to know that de is related to ni, while they are both independently functioning themselves. In this case, sore ni can be also sore de or sore demo. I think. I'm not sure about sore de, but there's also sore demo, right? I need more things. So like I'm working on the N4 stuff that connects with sore. They tend to end up being groups of associated things. Still independent though. Still independent.
この本は面白いです。それに絵も可愛いです。
Okay. So kono is a okay, pronoun adjectival. These are the pronoun adjectivals. Fair enough. I got my answer there. And hon and e are nouns, right? However, I already mentioned that hon, while they are nouns, counters are nouns too, right? And then soreni is a conjunction, right? If you think of soreni as one thing, it remains a conjunction. But if you think of sore, sore is a noun, and then ni is a particle. So that's still true. They are still independent things. So sore and ni are two independent things. Now the thing is, the relationship between these, sore can change technically. You could argue that sore can change if you change the particle, like adding demo. So while classifications are awesome, they're also, you have to be strict enough to not talk yourself out of categorization, right? It depends. When you start saying it depends, you kind of still want to organize the stuff. Largely, in my opinion, when you consistently default to it depends or it's complicated, then you yourself do not understand how to organize or present an organized way of explaining something, which that is very important to me. Like, the most important thing that I could inculcate while sorting out using classification systems is being able to explain your organization to someone else while trying to negotiate what they find as comprehensible organization for themselves. Now, it's a two-body problem. If the person you're talking to don't organize information through association and relationships themselves, then it can be more and more difficult for them to understand how you organize your classification system. And you yourself, if you continue to rely on it depends, like you just keep building on yourself without practicing how to express the organization, then it comes off as the guru, the internet expert problem, in my opinion, which is when someone asks you for advice, you're like, it depends. Well, yes, thanks. Right? Like, in a very direct, maybe millennial version, is like, no, no kidding, it's complicated. No kidding, it's dependent. You're not explaining anything by saying it depends. It's more like a habitual coping mechanism to refrain from practicing explaining, or, in my opinion, when someone is coming to you for advice and they truly trust you and they ask you for advice and your first utterance is it depends, to me, you might as well say you don't care to explain. Or if you are innocent, which I kind of give the benefit of the doubt to the person when they say it depends, it tells me I like to believe it's difficult for them to explain. Like, legitimately, it's just difficult for them to explain because they haven't practiced it. Not that it comes off as I don't care to explain. It's still possible that the person say it's complicated. It could be both, where they don't care to explain it and they don't know how to explain it. Because they don't know how to explain it, it causes them a lot of effort. It would take a lot of effort, so they don't care enough to want to explain it either. And I think that is a very symptomatic of people who know a lot of things but rarely use the information they know, especially in the form of instructing someone else. So, like, if you ask me a question, I'll start with the 5-minute version. Then if the person is curious enough, we'll expand that to a 30-minute version. And if they're really in the deep rabbit hole and looking for a story, maybe 3 hours. Like, that's kind of my litmus test for explaining. I dive deep into most of these things, provided that it's appropriate or the other person shows interest for that. I don't say, in my opinion, I try my best to remind myself that if I say it depends or it's complicated, I must communicate whether I know, but it takes a while to do so that I don't discourage myself or avoid explaining things. I can't begin to explain at the moment. It might take far too long. However, let's do like a quick hot take. Most of my interactions, whenever someone tells me that they understand a problem, they approach me and they describe how they're having a problem, and I ask them a question, their immediate response is, it's complicated. It depends. And my first thought is like, so are you asking me to help you, or are you asking me to understand? Because when you're asking someone else to try to understand and help you, saying it depends and it's complicated doesn't reveal anything. it does not facilitate or commit or tell the other person that you're able to do it. With sensitivity, right? I also have to be sensitive, and it's like, I know it's complicated. Let's start with something that you do know that you can express to me. Giving the person the benefit of the doubt that they simply think it's too hard to explain it. And then, you have to work through that, right? That's kind of one of those big things that occur, I would say, on a regular basis. If you ask a question, I'll give you 3 hours or more, right? That's all, if you're willing to stay for the explanation. I usually err on the side of being able to explain the things I learn as soon as possible and encourage myself to want to do that. And that way it's less complicated. It's less, it depends. And in my opinion, when you can encourage yourself to want to explain something, want to instruct and learn or share something, honestly, that's where you can make people want to be interested. Like, you can do things with a smile and enthusiasm and whatnot. You want to be interested in the things you find complicated or overly complicated, like, because they're probably going to recur a lot in your life. Anyways, that's about like mental health. Usually I'm referring to the elephant in the room about mental health these days. Okay. And then we have the interjection.
多分スマホを忘れた。
That's longer than I thought. That's like 2 beats.
多分スマホを忘れた。
Yep, taboon is a great one. Tatoeba would be another one. It's an interjection. Eto is another one. Right? Those, you got those. Or and, well, actually, you might argue those are kinda somewhat dependent. Like daijoubu. Anyways, yeah, sumaho, hard to argue with sumaho. Okay, changing and independent. Nice. They're doing the AB, right? Like the AB or ABCD. So A with B, A with B, right? B with C, B with D situation. The combinatorial. Next, we have the independent words which conjugates. This category is probably the adjective and the verb section, right? This category is the real engine of Japanese sentences. Often these words come at the end of sentences and consequently are the focal point of meaning in the sentence. Honestly, this is probably, if I had to reflect, the vast majority of my listening when I play video games is now at least consistently be able to identify the changing and independent part of a sentence. Basically, whenever if I can't understand everything, which I don't, usually when I'm playing, I don't put myself in an environment in which I can understand everything. Generally, most of the things. The most of the things that I would want to pick up is the end of a sentence, right? The main point of a sentence. So most of the stuff is a combination of unchanging independent things and changing independent things. When it comes to, if anything I can pick up with subtitles, like, and listening skills, right? I want to pick up the ends of the ideas and the vocabulary that is involved in those. So despite, if I threw out 50% of like Persona 3 Portable's eclectic, esoteric vocabulary that I'm having trouble, like which word do they use for illustration, or paranormal, or atrophy, apathy, and like a syndrome, like those types of like specific words. Like if I can't pick them up, I want to at least attempt to figure out where they are in the sentence in relation to the stuff that I can rely on, like all the verbs. and maybe a lot of the objects and the particles, right? Although particles are a different category, I imagine. The category of conjugating independent words include verbs, e-adjectives, and non-adjectives. Yeah, typically this stuff is highly recognizable now. So regardless of if you're able to pick up, like, when you're hearing someone express something and you're like, oh, sad, talk. Oh, big, too much. Oh, okay, this guy's running, scared. Like, so it could be like blah 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 blah, scared, blah 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 blah, scary, right? Blah blah blah, run, blah blah blah, ask someone. So all of that stuff still has to happen regardless if you drop everything else. So this is one of the biggest exercises that I tend to do when in the beginning or and in any perspective. The bare minimum to me is like I challenge myself to at least listen for the core parts, the main parts of the sentence, because those are the ones that are going to be incredibly repetitious enough, right? They form the foundation.
ここのラーメンは美味しいです。
So like if you didn't know what ramen is, well, obviously most people know what ramen is. If you gathered from the listing, ramen, oishii, at least those two things will help you ground the rest, and then you can build upon that. So, which ramen, right? Like which ramen? Okono. So now you can say this, like here, the ramen here at this place. Right? And then oishii. What do you need for oishii? Oishii is an e-adjectives. Yes. Could be used for politeness, or you can omit des and make it casual, and it doesn't require a da because it's a e-adjective, for example. So all of those other nuances are built upon the building block. At least that's how I went about, as an example of what I did when I was immersing. You know, whenever someone comes at me and says, you never immerse, like, well, I can't watch anime with you guys, so I have to describe it in a different way. So whenever someone asks, like, oh, how's your listening? Can you watch anime without subtitles? And I'm like, sure, I guess. And it's like, well, do you understand everything? It's like, no, I don't. It's like, but then how can you watch without subtitles? How do you know you can watch without subtitles? Like, well, I'm still learning something. Like, I'm still recognizing parts of the stuff that I learned. And then the stuff that I haven't, I'm still exposed to it, but I have to learn those things, right? And then someone will say, well, then why are you using subtitles now, like in a video game or something? It's like, because I'm listening for the things that I know, and then I'm relating the things I don't know. They're my aids. And then someone will probably say, like, but you're just reading the subtitles in order to form a crutch at listening for the Japanese. And I'm like, you might be. I will describe to you what my process is when I'm doing it, right? That's more like projection. Someone will project and say, I have this problem, so this other person must have this problem. Like, well, yes, they are likely to have the problem. It would probably be interesting if you asked the person if they could explain it. And then that goes back to my first digression, where people are unable to explain what they do because rarely do they immersion lead to conscious thought, in my opinion, personally. When people think about immersion, they want the process to be intuitive, as in immersion for the sake of being easy, as in just do it and it'll work itself out. I am not a person who prescribes to that. Is it a statistical norm to do it that way? Probably. I would say the likelihood is more than 50% of the time when people hear immersion, they think just do it enough, trust the process, and they'll get it done, right? Now, hear me out. Does that make you better at explaining what you're doing to someone else? To me, I would say it's a resounding no. It requires conscious thought and organization in order to explain how the process works to someone else. So, hear me out. There are probably people who engage in immersion that does also create conscious thought for the sake of instruction, right, and demonstration. I would include myself humbly in that latter category. I would say it's far in the minority. And that also means, with all due respect, when someone comes around and say, I immerse a lot, my expectation is I'm going to ask that person question in order to find out if they actually have conscious thought to share ideas with me. And usually the litmus test is I would ask the person, so what are you thinking when you're immersing, right? And what do you do about it? And how would you organize it? If they say it works, I believe them. Whatever they're doing works. Now, how they explain what they're doing tells me if their advice is applicable to me or not, because either they're going to be able to explain it or they're not going to be able to explain it. And then the idea is then you can only trust the person based on participating in the activity with them. Otherwise, how are you going to learn from someone who can't explain anything to you? Right? At least in my opinion, outside of participating in the activity with them. So if they say like, oh, I just immerse and I learn by exposure or doing the thing, I'm like, okay, maybe one of these days I can join you and do the activity and watch you do it. You know, like observe you or share the experience together tangentially. That would be a hands-on approach, right? The whole interactivity to learn things with a hands-on approach, which is very popular. I almost think that if I were bold enough, this is kind of a bold statement. I don't think that's a new thing. It's certainly become much more exaggerated online, a little bit detached, but more exaggerated online. Back in the day, right, before the internet, when you can't see examples of everything being done at a whim on your own confirmation bias, you can still go to like tech schools and craft schools, vocational places where it's taught by doing, right, interactivity. At this point, the weird thing about the internet is while there's interactivity, when people claim that they learn hands-on by doing things, nearly over 50% of the time what they're learning is they're using conscious thought. They're using like semantics and information from the internet, right? When you watch a video, it's not the same as doing it and learning from doing it. So despite someone saying that they are very good or learn very well by doing things, right? The output feedback loop situation. It's hard for me to believe that someone who I meet on the internet misconstrues or mix up watching a video as underestimates, I would say. Possibly significantly underestimate how often they spend most of their time thinking that they prefer to learn a certain way and they participate in activity of explicit instruction most of the time. So like someone would say, oh yeah, I learned by inactivity, and then the next thing they would say is they would complain about how most resources don't explain things well enough. Those are two separate skill sets. Learning how to like apply and semantically leverage information vicariously through explanation, it requires not necessarily a mutually exclusive skill set. However, it is very heavily segregated. Like understanding how to make this stuff interactive requires a lot of practice in a conscious way versus the easiest way, which is do something the right way, whatever the right way is. Pick your favorite internet guru that has a hot take on just do this for hundreds of hours and you're good to go. That's like what I mean by confusion of, in my opinion, confusion of what you're hearing and seeing, and then when you do it, you get either a different result or a corollary result or a correspond, like an exact result, and then negotiating the difference between what you're doing and what you have been told. That requires both skills, and one of them is very lacking. The lacking one is comparative analyses, which deals with forming associations, classifications, right? Organizing and manipulating information through active, conscious observation. That does flow and translate to your ability to instruct someone. So I can give an example. When someone says they're really good at something, like say they're really good at managing people, right? And then when I sit down and ask them, can you explain to me what you see when you observe these people? And they say like, it's complicated. Then they're not demonstrating that they understand, quote unquote, like consciously what's going on. They're vibing it. And vibing it is also a skill. You can do it really well, right? You can somehow intuit and be a good judge of character when you're exposed to a plethora of characters. Certainly, I'm gonna say this is more like it's not 0 or 1, it's both. If you do both, that's a different story. And I typically encourage myself to do both. Whether you have categorizations, knowing their relationships with other categorizations produce an extra layer of quote-unquote dependency. Okay.
彼は親切です。
Right. 親切 is a non-adjective, right?
私は毎日日本語を勉強します。
Pseudo verbs. Yeah, pseudo verbs are great. Okay. What I do have to say about this is, now, they themselves are independent. However, because of context, right, you could argue that they are dependent on what's after. If this said janai, then it would be no longer kind, but not kind. But janai and des are still independent things. Despite them, the association would change, right? So not dependency in terms of context, right? Like, for example, depending on the conjugation of suru, right? This would change. Technically, or like overall, but technically it doesn't change. It's independent. Unchanging and dependent. Next, we have dependent words which do not conjugate. Dependent words which do not conjugate. So I guess this would include particles and maybe auxiliary verbs. These are words which normally... Oh, no, wait. Auxiliary verbs do conjugate. Suffixes and prefixes, do they change? Like ka and stuff? These are words which normally rely on other words to be used and never change form. They are the static glue of Japanese sentences attached to other words to show relationships with a sentence. So basically all the particles, right? This is to say this category is entirely made of particles, okay?
猫が机の上で寝ています。
Right. Changing and dependent. Finally, we have dependent words which can conjugate. These words are the little extra, and modifiers of Japanese, which, in my opinion, if there are, when I was starting out learning Japanese, the vast majority of people who like come in or like come across and were bored or something, they would try to, in my opinion, over 50% of their comments are on changing and dependent things. And in my opinion, I feel that is incredibly inappropriate and out of touch with being helpful, personally. I'm not saying they're not kind. And being kind doesn't necessarily mean your kindness is always appropriate, because it requires conscious thought in order to ascertain whether it is appropriate or not. So many a times when someone describes, oh, did you know, or make sure you remember this, or be careful of this, it's usually dependent, changing in dependent elements. And when I was first learning Japanese, right? Japanese is not my first language. However, I have learned many languages before, including coding languages. So when someone is offering a kindness and presenting themselves as teachers, like legitimately there are a couple people who presented themselves as teachers or instructors or whatnot, and I'm starting something and learning like the foundations of stuff, and they're telling me about the dependency, nuance, and the context heavy stuff, my first thought is like, are you sure you're an instructor or a teacher? Because either you're very used to or become very selectively unaware that beginners, there's a time and place for dependent changing things, which are incredibly dynamic, right? And also objectively diminished in return early in the stage of learning something. That's like kind of saying, hey, let me teach you the intricacies of how to maximize your top level sprinting speed when that person is still learning to jog or move their legs. It's like going to a baby and saying, hey, when you get to complex marathon running, here's what you need to know. And the baby has yet to walk. Right. That's kind of how I genuinely and it's not a bad, like what I'm saying is it's not out of like they're not bad people. Maybe incredibly enthusiastic and passionate, and usually that's what I would say. I would try to reflect their passion, like, oh, that sounds amazing. I'll try to keep that in mind. Maybe like further down the road, I understand your passion and you're like really enthusiastic and trying to tell me all these like super neat things about Japanese, right? Because it's not the first thing I've learned. I mean, I would say I have a very large encyclopedia of various acquired skills, especially when it comes to intellectual background stuff. However, I don't want to make it sound like I'm unappreciative, right? One would really passionate people. I'm very much guilty of this. In fact, when I keep mentioning how keeping appropriateness of advice and keeping the scope, right, appropriate, and constantly interacting with people of different levels of comprehension and learning and backgrounds, it's largely for myself personally. It's something that I hyper focus on because when I was younger, especially when I was younger, I did do that a lot, where someone would ask me a question and I would give them a highly, incredibly unnecessarily, maybe incredibly inappropriate technical explanation, largely because I was very passionate about it. I mean, I'm doing that at this very moment when someone explains to me, like, how do I get better at learning Japanese? Then I would go into, I'm like, okay, I need to scale back first. Let's try to be generalizing for 10 minutes here. And then if they're interested in a more in-depth explanation, we'll try 30 minutes. That's why I do the 30-second, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, and 3 hours situation, because I do have a habit or a tendency to do exactly what I feel whenever someone sees someone starting up and they really, really love it. That's the typical internet interaction. You either are super into something or you're not interested at all, right? So beginners always interact with highly specialized personalities, zeros and ones. So the type of people that you would interact is like, hey, I'm starting, if you write in your title, for example, day one, I am starting to learn Japanese. The likelihood that you'll have someone who's very passionate, who has learned Japanese a lot of time, come in and tell you about nuances that are well beyond the starting point of someone learning, that's super common online. Like, I would say it's more common than you have your average thing. Like, someone kind of knows some stuff, interacting with another person who kind of knows some stuff, and then have a deeper discussion. Not enough time for that, right? Internet is about efficiency, in my opinion. The vast majority of people are about efficiency, echo chambers, cut the gristle, straight to the point, get the job done. So with that said, it often then creates this dynamic where if you write something like, I'm gonna start playing Elden Ring, then you'll probably end up having like the vast majority of people who like live and breathe FromSoft games telling you how to play the game, like through the most complicated, most nuanced and passionate, very endearing, by the way, super endearing manner of trying to get the person excited. And my first thought is like, that type of thing can be very strong, and in my experience is more likely to make that person stop playing the game than continue playing the game, right? Because passion has appropriateness. So I for one can drive people away from critical thinking skills, largely because I really like the conversation of critical thinking or problem solving. So when someone asks me, hey, how do I get better at drawing circles? And then I give them like a 6-hour explanation of, 30 or so common approaches or behavioral responses to drawing circles, they probably stop listening at 1. That's the reality. And if I had to choose one, I would understand and start to learn, if I had 30 ideas, which one would I try to pick based on compassion, right? Understanding what the common thing is. And I have been working on that quite a lot. Sooner or later, all of this stuff is going to get overly complicated, and I still have to practice my due diligence to be concise and whatnot. So that is something that I did not inherit because I used the internet. I inherit and learned this when I was in science. When you have to explain your data and the semantics and the technicality of your very specialized project to someone who may be outside of your discipline or even outside the intricacies, or you want to collaborate with someone in a different field, or even educate people well outside your field, like those who are becoming interested, they all require separate layers of generalizations and whatnot. Like, for example, a TED Talk versus a exclusive seminar at the convention for the specialization of that topic, right? You have everything in between. So to me, the internet has been a great boon in that, where you can see different levels of receptiveness. And if you want a deep cut here, like a hot take here, how the content that person reference. So I typically ask for people's sources when someone says, oh yeah, CI with immersion is goated. I would ask the person the resource, like, and how they explain how they interact with the resource, found the resource, encounter resource, and how it's important to them, like to what extent, will tell me how it is reflexive of their understanding. Because there is a strong correlation between that. If they say CI with immersion is goated, and they refer to a content creator's 10-minute video, I watch that 10-minute video and it's just like a tier list of 5 things. It helps me understand the level of comprehension and depth that they're used to. The more trite and generalizable and hot it is, like lacking detail, the more that they are less likely invested, experienced in that topic. So then it's not that I wouldn't take their advice or something, it's to give me an adequate gauge of where they are, what their investment and commitments are, and where I am. Because I could be appropriately just as committed as they are. Like, if they believe that following a 10-minute tutorial on the depths of the Japanese language and how to approach the Japanese language, technically it's on learning techniques with the context of Japanese language learning. When that CI goaded immersion stuff happens, my first thought is, okay, so at least I know that there's a desperate, like a distinction between my interest and their interest at their level. So pardon my somewhat detached commentary here. When someone tells me that they really like learning something and the vast majority of their sources and content involves someone spending no more than 5 minutes talking about the learning process, I would be a little bit try to be a conservative to taking that person's advice, because I'm interested in something that require more than 5 minutes explaining how CI and the theory and concept of CI is applied to immersion to explain learning process. I literally spent more than 30 minutes talking about one step of association, right? So for myself, it helps me ground my expectations and then help me behave appropriately. I think that's what I can do under my control. This is the reason why I'm bringing this up is I think sometimes people want to look for advice from someone, right? And they are unable to find people that they can trust. But I think the word is not trust. It's more like being reliable. So when someone wants, like, oh yeah, I'm having trouble learning Japanese, and you want to trust someone to help you with learning Japanese, and that gets betrayed when that person gives advice that wasn't sufficient to help you. That's what I mean by it's kind of a leap of logic. Oftentimes the judgment of the advice is to be able to identify someone who is reliable enough upon which you can trust. Because in my opinion, it sucks, but it's going to feel like only you are the only one to blame in the end if you decided to trust someone and they are already inappropriate for you in the first place, right? I know it's a two-body problem. You could also argue that the person you trusted just didn't care, and it could be partially their fault due to negligence and whatnot. That's an easier way. That's kind of like a childish, for lack of a better word, a more immature way of saying it's not your fault, it's their fault. You can't necessarily control what they're going to do. You can't control how your expectations and how you select people you trust. That you can control. So over time, that's kind of the transition between a childlike perspective and an adult-like perspective, right? When I choose to take someone's advice, it's also partially my responsibility that that person offers appropriate advice. That's a judgment of character, right? So how does this relate to Bunpro? When you buy a product, you are buying the trust of that product. The question is, does that product provide an appropriate thing for you? Well, for me, I tend to look at the design language and the developer's involvement. So I actually do buy into what I understand about the developer's design and intent, because I want to know if that person is providing the response and the attention to detail that will be appropriate for me at particular levels. Like, for example, what will be my next app of choice? It's going to be vastly different I'm not gonna end up spinning my wheels and hopping on like Migaku, like 10 more forms of SRS, right? That type of thing. You have to, that's something within your control. So for me, I really do reduce the redundancy. The question is, do you know what is redundant? I think here's a very rhetorical, like, here's an interesting rhetoric to think about. When you go to decide what your next product is it that you are convinced that a product is good after hearing 20 people say the same thing? Because that's redundancy, by the way. Or is it through the understanding of those 10 people, like you spent the time understanding those 10 people, which takes an exponential amount of time for those who are under-practiced, and then understanding the design, like the desires and the behaviors of all those people, so you've conceived something that relates all of them, and then you decide to buy a product, right? The one includes motivation and appropriateness. The other one simply requires popularism, like overexposure. So if you constantly see 1,000 people referencing Bunpro, and that's why you bought Bunpro, that's different from being able to describe what makes those 1,000 people similar, and you realize that you're similar to those 1,000 people, and you buy it based on the similarities between you and those people, the concept of those people, right? I do the latter, not the former. So whenever someone says, oh, hey, Duolingo is going to be bad for you, right? Like it's horrible because it's horrible for millions of people. And my first question is, can you describe those millions of people? What are the common behaviors that illustrate those users? And then I would ask the person, what do you think my characteristic behavior is? Because if my characteristic behavior reflects and parallels the millions of people they're referring to that fail to use Duolingo to learn something, I can be convinced that I should stop using Duolingo, provided that person understands that they prove to me that my behavior, what I need, what I look for, is related to the millions of people who have failed to learn anything from Duolingo. That has never happened to this day. It may happen in the future. Perhaps I might meet someone who is able to do that. However, at no point when I was using the first year when I was using Duolingo did anyone explain to me how they understand that someone's behavior is like mine. They simply projected and thought they were the same thing. And to this day, I still have not been convinced. I couldn't even convince myself, because I usually, me and Prokol talked about this the last 2 days, null hypothesis test. I really genuinely tried. Like the way to make my stance stronger is to try to convince myself the opposite is true. So I tried to convince myself that Duolingo didn't teach me anything. Right? I tried very, very difficult, like very well. And my conclusion was that Duolingo doesn't do a lot of things, which I agree with most people. It didn't stop me from doing them anyways. Now, the difference here is the people who say Duolingo doesn't work, my understanding is that it stopped those people from doing something beyond Duolingo. And what is the counter argument? Don't use Duolingo because it doesn't do the following. Go use these tools because it does things that Duolingo doesn't do. And my response is both. Duolingo do things, those tools do other things. You can do both. They're different things, right? If your counter argument or argument for Duolingo failing you is because you need it to do something it doesn't do by design, then go use those things. So that was the conclusion that I rested on to this day. When you argue for the presence of something or the absence of something, that doesn't explain or analyze the thing for what it does. it analyzes for what it doesn't. So you use both those things. And the common thread of people who fail to leverage what Duolingo is doing for them is largely because what they were looking for did not exist in Duolingo. And the predication of their argument is that Duolingo doesn't provide that. And I agree with them. The fact is, when you're looking for a grammar explanation like this, the depth of Bunpro, Duolingo literally doesn't have it. Do you understand what that does for you, though? Or does for the people? My basic conclusion is that Duolingo, for those who failed, or like for those who feel like they want to rip Duolingo down and all that stuff, it's because it kept them from doing other things. It kept them from learning about grammar. It kept them from being interested in an almanac or an encyclopedia or a graded reader. And how do they respond? Childishly, by saying that it's Duolingo's fault for being addictive and repetitious and habit forming and having cheap streaks that keep taking their attention away from wanting to do the other things. And I'm like, well, then you like Duolingo for what Duolingo does. And then you decided not to do other things because they didn't have what Duolingo had. That would be a valid argument, right? And what do those people eventually go on to do? They go on to Wanikani and Bunpro and ask, hey, do you have streaks? Because I need the motivation. Do you have more interactivity, like mini games and like a cute owl and some like social media to keep me virally attentive, like Duolingo has, but also have all the stuff you have? That is what I hear in the end, which is the accuracy, the accurate nature of my understanding is that something about Duolingo has occupied the person so much that for those millions that fail to become an intermediate learner in Japanese or etc., is that Duolingo occupied so much time that they were unable to do other things that would complement Duolingo. So that is how I came to understand the problem. People who hate Duolingo are also the same people who discovered later that they needed something else beyond Duolingo. And the thing that Duolingo does very well was a conflict of interest with other things. So oftentimes when I ask them, oh, so, okay, Duolingo didn't work for you. So what did you do after? They would pick another gamification version and then claim that it's a better gamification, but now it adds more like textbook stuff. And when I was like, oh, that sounds good. That sounds like you have vibed your way to understanding what was missing or what was preventing you from elevating your line of thought. For myself, I was not one of those people. My conclusion is I was nowhere near, because when I was using Duolingo, I didn't stop doing everything else. Like, I still wanted to think about sentences and read grammar texts, and so using Duolingo encouraged me to do those things, right? It didn't prevent me from doing those things. Much like right now, no matter what Bunpro writes about like standard native Japanese things and their classification, it doesn't stop me from using everything I have in my brain, like all my experiences. Like this very moment, this digression is of me and all my collective wisdom and experience. It doesn't stop me from doing that. Others, when they understand their own behavior and the intent of the designer, because they're humans too. I don't know if I can keep saying that in the future, because it's kind of hard if everything is vibe coded by AI or something nowadays. Like, for example, well, that's another conversation for another day. I'm going to presume that there's a human operator behind this. There's intent and design language. Understanding that can go a long way to at least protecting the self from being betrayed. And you only have yourself to blame because products online are vicarious. They're parasocial. It's not like you can straight up go up to like Jake from Bunpro and ask him, hey Jake, but can you explain to me why you decided to organize the information like this and have them explain it to you, and then you can like work with them? That's a luxury, right? That is a huge privilege to be in a parasocial dominant world. So for myself, that is one of the most important aspects of critical thinking. Your decision making when it comes to feeling betrayed, finding something reliable, scouting for people, right? Expectations is often created, self-created. You trusting someone who spends 10 minutes telling you this will change your life would tell me that that person evaluates and makes decisions based on that. I do not. I don't make decisions likely. In fact, most of the time when I start a project, the day one, it's like a 4-hour summary of a decision I spent over 6 months thinking about and researching. So I don't take these things lightly. When it's fine, like I'm not saying there's no place for 10-minute summaries, I still do them, right? When someone asks me a question, I still give a 30-second version, a 5-minute version, 30-minute version, and now we're getting into the 30-minute plus version of this digression. So if you're still, people will only listen. You can't control how long people listen. You can try to be more provocative, but for myself, I don't want to control other people. I genuinely want them to reflect upon if they want to or not. So unlike in my opinion, the internet, it's not algo friendly, if you want to say this, to make content where you give the agency to the other person, right? Usually content is incentivized to want to manipulate and capture the attention of any supposed audience. So I haven't engaged in that yet. Not saying I wouldn't, or maybe I'll do a social experiment where maybe I change up all of these things and then try to create content and speak specifically to want to capture someone's attention. Maybe. Usually I have a moral and ethical ambivalence against using the most common strategies. The one most common strategy that is algo friendly, that deals with learning, is to use fear. You gaslight the person into FOMO in order to have them obligatorily follow your advice. What does that sound like? Hey, I changed my title. It's like, this is the biggest secret to language learning that you want to know, or else you're going to regret it. Click on the video. Or something like that. Obviously, I said it with more words. Usually it's more trite. Like, biggest secret to language learning. What you must watch. Or something like that. You know, that type of thing. Or insane hack for acquiring kanji. Something like, you know, those are more YouTube, like algo friendly things for the creator themselves. And I have at least I like to think that I do not communicate any of that. I have like day 525 and it's just the title of the product again and again and again. It's a conscious decision. It's not done out of complacency. In fact, it's a lot easier to think that I could change all the titles and use FOMO strategies to increase engagement and, encouragement or viewer interest. It's hard to resist that, in my opinion. Right? There's a slight hot take there. All right. So now we have dependent words which can conjugate. These words are the little extra and modifiers of Japanese. Just like particles, they cannot be used on their own. However, just like adjectives and verbs, they can change change form to fit in grammatically with what is around them. So this category is made of auxiliary verbs. Yeah, most of the time it's auxiliary verbs, which which we learned all about in the previous bonus topic.
今日は学校を休みました。
Right, mas and ta. What is the very first argument when someone starts Duolingo on the Japanese course? They're going to talk about mas and ta from like a intermediate standpoint. Someone's going to come in and say, man, you know what's dumb about Duolingo? They teach the mas form first. I kid you not, like, that is, go back, watch the first 1 month of my Duolingo. Immediately, someone is within that 30-day period. At least 4 or 5 people told me about how it doesn't make sense, or it makes less sense, and it's less useful to start with the mas form. And then they would go on to explain how auxiliary verbs, there's a preference for auxiliary verbs in understanding Japanese, right? This is the very first topic. When I was playing Wakotabi, like when they were getting off the ground, I was invited, right, to do the beta stuff. And the very first comment in like one of the most common talked about thing is like, please don't, you know, I'm very happy that they teach the casual plain form as opposed to heavily reliant on the mas form. And they use the word form, which is where I acquired that vernacular, where like I would refer to it as the mas form, the plain form, etc., right? And now I know it to be auxiliary verbs. Aru and iru they're not necessarily, like, in some cases you can infer to them as auxiliary verbs, I think. I'm still not sure. I'm still learning about this jargon that Bunpro using. However, it functions like that. So what is the second thing that most people talk about? Aru and iru. That is, in this category, in my opinion, changing and dependent. Aru, iru, and suru. So that's how it starts. Right in the beginning, you're like you're learning things, you're trying to see things, and you're witnessing people, how like travelers, foreigners interact with each other, like certain phrases you learn. And one of the, maybe among the top 10 tips is dealing with understanding the little extras and modifiers of Japanese prior to, and then diverting your attention away from the core understanding of things. So that to me is one of the hot takes of like learning Japanese online. Is that good or not? Awareness allows you to control that, right? Awareness allows you to say, yeah, sure, like I like learning, and like some person can come up to me and say, I like learning that way. Me too. I do too. I love learning the little extra modifiers, even though I don't have the foundational knowledge to understand it yet. I do quite enjoy that. It makes me feel, if I had to channel myself like someone else, it makes me feel like I'm learning a lot. It makes me feel like I become an expert in stuff, right? And in reality, I remind myself, it also means that I skipped foundations, and I skipped fundamentals, and I skipped basics. And when I think of it that way, it's not a surprise that I also accept the consequence of having gaps in my knowledge. Because when you skip fundamentals and foundations and core and main ideas, especially foundations and stuff, they tend to be static, right? Because they are standardized. So if you skip those things, it's like, yeah, no kidding, you're gonna find that stuff either boring, too much effort, or you think you're too good for it. That's usually what happens when I talk to That's another way to indicate. A litmus test is I would ask the person, so what are you doing now? And then I would be going over some N5 concept, and then someone would say, like, aren't you like N3 plus? Why are you going over N5 stuff? That's a litmus test. It's a telltale sign that I'm talking to a very specific type of person, right? I actually do quite enjoy my fundamentals and basics, so rarely do I skip over them, and also rarely do I like skip over them because I already know them, or skip over them because I don't need them. I tell myself why, or I ask myself, why am I skipping over them this time? What would I have forgotten, or what was in them? So I do a challenge check, a null test, if you will, like to make sure that I am truly familiar with it. Largely, the other way to incentivize going over foundations is to instruct. So if I have to go over something, I'm going to go over it with the intent of explaining it to someone else, right? How would I explain it to a different person? And then if I have to go over it again, how do I explain it to an even different person, right? Like, next time we go over foundations, I might be talking about a different topic, like a different layer of critical thinking skills. I don't have to do it all at once. So that's how I encourage myself to make sure I don't neglect my foundations, right? Many skills, life skills for a lifetime, requires maintenance. Maintenance is boring for most people. I think, and for myself, I'm human too. Maintenance is boring. You're not really doing anything other than certifying that you still do it accurately the way foundations are. So instead, I take another human property, which is to make it interesting. Well, if you have to go over something, you might as well do it some different way, right? Or entertain yourself in a way of making it functional. So usually when I go over foundations, I ask myself, all right, how many different types of audience can I explain the same foundation to? Because in my opinion, that strengthens my ability to be helpful, which is my ultimate goal. Like, the things I learn, I want to pass on. That's inevitably my goal at all times. All right, so what? What's the point of knowing all this anyway? Oh, let's see if they cover any of the points I made myself. Let's see. At this point, just having a passing familiarity with these concepts is more than enough. Check. Because having a detailed, nuanced, very technical example is great. However, it's well over sufficient, right? It's excess. And still, on the path to becoming fluent in Japanese, it is extremely useful to immediately understand how a word typically behaves just from knowing what type of word it is. On the path, right? The journey, I suppose. Although we have stuck to English terms in this topic, the ideas we've discussed here are the same ones used by dictionaries and Japanese natives and English. This means that being familiar with these ideas will allow us to properly understand how words are used when we look them up, and also better understand how native speakers actually think about Japanese on its own terms and English in relation, right? Why am I adding the English part? Is because this is making an inference that the people who are reading, which are English, also understands their English relationships with the English stuff. Like, for example, when someone is reading this, if they're learning about grammar and appreciating classification and stuff, you're also inferring that the person understands this relationship or have something connected with this appreciation for Japanese and its own terms, grammatically and classification, because they themselves also have an appreciation for their existing language that has this pattern as well. Otherwise, this would be very detached. It would be not relatable, right? I say this because when I ask someone, So you want to learn Japanese grammar. How are you learning it? And why? And the person's like, well, I heard that learning grammar can help me with my Japanese, but I'm looking for something that isn't like just textbook stuff and grammar, like on grammar, but I want it to be like something, and it could be something fundamentally not grammar, right? Like it can be at odds, a conflict of interest. And I would ask the person, so do you like grammar? Like, can you tell me something about grammar in your language, in the language you're using? You can choose English as the common language, certainly, or you can explain using English the relationship of something else if you want. And typically when someone says like, yeah, I can't remember this grammar stuff, I don't get why you would do. I'm like, do you get why you do it with your native language? And it wouldn't be obvious, because when I asked them to explain something in their native language or the common language, which is English, they would share the same problems, right? Someone asked me, oh yeah, I'm having trouble with Japanese grammar. And I'm like, can you explain the grammar of the English sentence you just wrote? And they would be like, well, this is a verb and this is an object. And I'm like, you didn't explain the relationship between the subject, verb, object in the English sentence. So what are the chances that you're going to understand the grammatical relationship in Japanese of a language you're still learning? I'm not saying you can't. We're talking about what are the chances that you are, right? It's kind of like saying, oh, I really like to make money, but I absolutely hate math. I'm gonna ask the person, so what are the chances that you're going to be very good at making money when you're adverse to math, right? Usually to increase the odds of the success of learning another skill or whatnot, you can infer the success or improve the success by finding analogous applications of the learning process. At least that's my focus, generally speaking. The reason why I do that is because I could talk about something that's familiar to them and use that as a point of basis of relations. So when they're saying, when they keep when Bunpro, if they keep writing in a way that separates English from Japanese, as opposed to saying that, oh, you have similar process here, however contextual and semantics change, that gives a point of relation. It allows you to associate naturally, right? Do you like subject, verb, object agreements in English? Do you understand their relationship of why you wrote the sentence this way, and you can explain it to someone who doesn't know English? All right. Think about how useful that is. Why you think that's useful. Now go think about Japanese. Why is it useful that way? Because that's the function, right? So this here is assuming that the person who's reading this, who is also an English speaker or an English reader or something, appreciates that in English. At least in my opinion. It's not exclusive to Japanese. The semantics and the context might vary. However, the importance of relationship between words and ideas and like categorization of stuff exists and persists across all languages, right? At least in my opinion. So that's why I'm interested in this stuff. I like grammar because I already like grammar. I pick up grammar because I already have evidence of doing that. You might be asking then, well, then how do people start? You can argue, what if someone never learned to appreciate grammar? Like, well, then what I'm saying wouldn't contribute to increasing their odds of appreciating the grammar. Fair enough. You can attach it to something else that is not analogous to it, or you can brute force it, right? Learn a greater appreciation by attaching it to something unrelated. Like, the people that hope on this is that their interest in Japanese drives a newfound interest in grammar, which is usually the angle that I talk about. Like, I hope your interest in Japanese make it so that grammar is interesting, where you clearly have no interest in grammar when you learned English. That's usually what I would say. Like, hopefully Japanese is interesting enough that the process of learning grammar becomes interesting by association. Otherwise, the learning of grammar and the motivation of grammar, why didn't you do it with your native language? Right? It's very similar to the prerequisite to understanding, I don't know, physics by having aptitude in mathematics. Like, they're conflicts of interest. So if you don't like grammar in your native language and you don't even appreciate the relationships of that would significantly reduce the probability that you would appreciate it in another language. Your hope is that your passion for Japanese drives a newfound appreciation for grammar. And usually I ask that a lot. I do ask that. When someone says, oh yeah, I really like grammar now because Japanese is awesome, and I'm like, does that make you reflect upon your English grammar as well? Because I'm kind of curious. For myself, that's what I do. That's what it leads me. When I learn about Japanese grammar, I remind myself of all my English grammar, because it makes my English grammar or my appreciation for English grammar all that more significant. Because what I learn, I also think my English grammar. How's your English grammar now? Right? Do you know what a present participle is in English? Do people now appreciate the difference between indicative mood and subjunctive mood because they learned about tenego? Who knows? For myself, I can talk about these relationships for days. Okay, what the... Wait. Show and tell? Wait, what happened here?
先生、今日は先生の夏休みについて話します。先生、みんな夏休みは楽しかったですか？子供、楽しかったです。先生、先生も楽しかったです。初めてアメリカに行きました。アメリカのハンバーガーはとても大きかったです。こんな大きいものは初めて見ました。でも美味しかったです。何か質問はありますか？子供、先生はどうしてアメリカに行ったの？先生、おばあちゃんがアメリカにいるので会いに行きました。子供、有名人に会ったり野球を見たりした？先生、有名人はいませんでした。でも野球は見ましたよ。大谷も見たよ。
Okay. So, they basically... I'm gonna summarize here because I didn't remember it verbatim. So, they were talking about summer vacation, right? And they basically echoed each other. It's like, did everyone have a good summer vacation? It's like, I enjoyed my summer vacation. And then they're like, we enjoyed our summer vacation. And then he talked about how he went to the United States, and he talked about how the hamburger was really big. It's big, but it's also delicious, right? Or actually, he didn't really say delicious. It's just really big. And then the kids asked, like, do you know anyone in the United States? And he said, I'm pretty sure his grandmother, and he also had it might be a brother. I lost a family member relationship. And then they're like, hey, do you know any like famous people? Right? Famous people, and then baseball players, like famous baseball players. And I think the teacher said, no, he's not famous, but he does play baseball. Or like we did play baseball, right? Like, or they play baseball, or the person that they're talking about. And that's kind of, I don't know what happened here though. What happened? There's no I need a transcript. Hang on, let me hear it again.
先生、今日は先生の夏休みについて話します。
They're gonna talk about summer vacation.
みんな、夏休みは楽しかったですか？
Did you guys enjoy your summer?
楽しかったです。
They enjoyed?
先生も楽しかったです。初めてアメリカに行きました。アメリカのハンバーガーはとて
They
も
went
大き
to
かった
the
で
United
す。
States for the first
こ
time.
んな大きいものは初めて見ました。でも
Large,
美味しかったです。
huge.
何
Oh,
か
and it's
質問はあり
delicious.
ますか？
Yeah, large burger, hamburgers.
先生はどうしてアメリカに行ったの？
What was it like in the United States?
おばあちゃんがアメリカにいるので会いに行きました。
Yeah, so big brother or brother and grandmother
野球を見たりした？
talk about baseball and are they famous?
有名人はいませんでした。でも野球は見ましたよ。大谷も見たよ。
I think they asked if they I still don't know the end part is kind of like I kind of lose it a little bit, but they asked if they're like famous people and baseball players, right? And he said that he didn't see or meet, maybe he didn't meet any famous people, but he did go watch baseball or like saw baseball. That's I think he said he had a grandmother and a aniki. I heard aniki, but I don't know, like a brother figure or something. I got lost a little there. I don't know what happened to the translation. I think that's good. Sufficient. And what were they doing? Oh, they were just giving an example because this is just talking. So they gave there's a story, which is really cute. Gotta love storytelling. Okay. Alright. So, how does 9 look? Oh, I'm gonna miss doing this. However, this month, doing this, despite it ending, I will be doing like the N5 practice tests at some point, like one of the first N5 practice tests, and going over this stuff is the intended point. So this is to iron out in a group. It's another reason to go over all the N5 grammar stuff while we're going intentionally, right? All right. 2 lessons left. So much engagement. All right, that's a wrap for my Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Always feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things, right? Keep each other engaged. Add those layers in association. Until next time, minasan mata ne. Ite kurete arigatou. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around. I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第568天 It's day 568. Let's get into our lessons.
艾灸
Ooh. Didn't get a chance to use I. And then 酒. Oh my gosh, Moxibustion. I is mugwort. Oh, they use mugwort in those things. I see. Yeah, they burn the Chinese mugwort. Do I know it as mugwort? Oh yeah, it is mugwort, right? Dang. Okay. These two are weak, like really weak. In fact, Moxibustion is weak too. 艾灸。他美术进行一次艾灸。
他每周进行一次
每
艾灸。
周 Oh no. Sorry. Japanese. 每周 I thought I questioned this. 是 I'm thinking of 是 周每周 Yikes. 医生建议我 recommend 建议我城市什么是城市 therapy or try no that's try 城市 right. This is recommend. Yeah, 城市艾灸 therapy. This is therapy. 疗法
医生建议我尝试艾灸疗法。
做艾灸时 OK 做艾灸时要 heck 注意 right 注意通风。
做艾灸时要注意通风。
注意 is to make sure, pay attention.
艾灸绵绵
Yeah, I mean that's continuous, just do continuous. No silence. If you continuous, it's continuously. 看天 or no, not 看天全天全天还是全天全 Oh no. 全天的雨水绵绵全 dang it. Okay. I couldn't decide. 全天 sounded alright, and then I'm like 全天 it's one 雨水 dang it. Alright. Oh, this is like light rain, drizzle rain. 细雨绵绵不断 never ending or doesn't end. 他的感情绵绵不 What is that? 不 why does that look so weird? Maybe 不就近 Oh, it is 近 Old. Also N. Oh, exhaust. I think it's exhaust. Jing for exhaust. And it looks weird because I think one of the lines got cut off in the resolution. Okay, I almost feel like there's something missing there. Oh no. Yeah, exhaust. Oh, it just blends. I see. That's fine.
绵绵，稀疏，
稀疏, what is that? Sparse and 疏, sparse. Oh, another sparse. What was the other sparse? It was 稀渺. Maybe? No, that's not the other sparse. There's 2 sparses now. Or there are 3 sparses and they're all linked together. Hold up. What was the other sparse? Right, Shu is 1. Darn it. Oh, wait. I think it's this one. Yeah. Oh, 稀小. No, 稀渺. Miao is insignificant. Which could mean like it could be like negligible or insignificant instead. Scattered. Oh, 这里的树木很稀疏。乡上的草很稀疏。冬天的树what is leaf? 树叶树叶 dang it. Man. 树叶很稀疏 dang it. I had a 50-50 there.
稀疏，
Okay. All right.
狡诈，
狡诈. Jia is swindle, right? 狡. Crafty. This is jiao is mixed with hua for crafty. So if you're a crafty swindler is deceitful or crafty. 他是一个狡诈的人，不能相信 do not trust. Oh no. Is this still yeah. 他看起来fine. Is that 圣郎十什么 Oh no. What is this? 实际上 is it 实际上很狡诈。Wait, oh no, 实际 yeah, 实际上 okay, that's fine. They just had combined them in one. And oh, it's not 圣 it's 上梁 wrong location. 这种狡诈的行为不可 right 不可接受。
这种狡诈的行为不可接受。
狡诈，锦缎，
jing is brocade or a pattern or some sort of style or something. And duan is a satin or a form of silk, I suppose. It's duan attached to silk. So brocade is fine. Just a counter. What is? I don't remember what that counter is. Oh no! What are you? What is? hiki. Oh no， 这 OK， 这是我不知道，上等还是上等顶端？哦，皮。plus P. I want to say... No, I'm not sure actually. Oh, it's a match. That's a tough one. Oh, you matched a box of legs. Box of legs. Wooden legs. Box of wooden legs. 他买了一条顶端 scarf 围巾 yeah 围巾他穿的一件顶端长袍还是长袍 yeah 长袍dang it, it is one. I was thinking between 2 and 1. Heck.
颈段
Okay. What?
稀疏
No, it's 艾灸
狡诈 颈段 绵绵 艾灸
对
咀嚼肌
咀嚼肌咀 is chew 嚼 is also chew 肌muscle so jaw okay yeah got you chewing muscle so jaw muscle 咀嚼肌的 hurt 动通时动通时吃饭很不舒服哦疼 not 痛 dang it 疼 it's not a dung I took the dung from underneath it's tongue 疼痛 and it's not tongue is pass I'm thinking of pass to pass something 痛 is for 疼痛 tongue is an exception okay 咀嚼肌是帮助我们 yeah I'm gonna say 咬 or is it 嚼 it's probably 咬 right oh no it could be 嚼东西的肌肉
咀嚼肌是帮助我们咬东西的肌肉。
哦咬 yeah dang it 咬 I was a 50-50 on that 咬嚼每天咀嚼事物能 锻炼 right 锻炼主角机 to train 锻炼
咀嚼肌，
味觉主角主角机
拄拐杖，
拄拐杖 Okay, we got cane. To lean, right, and then guai to twist. So lean and twist a cane or turn. Yeah, turn. Use a cane, huh? To lean on a cane. Learn on a cane? That might be a typo. Okay, to lean on. Okay. 拄拐杖。好，走路，走路奶奶出门时会拄拐杖，拄拐杖的人应该小心什么？地面呢？地面 ，OK。
拄拐杖，凹槽，
凹槽 Oh my gosh, that's another way to use. What is that? Concave 槽 A trough? Oh, okay. 槽 is kind of a recess, yeah. Concave, and then it's like a trough-like thing. 它在木头上刻出carve out 刻出凹槽。这个凹槽太长了，还是省了？省了 Dang it, wrong tone. 省了。这个房子上有凹槽。Oh no, 板子。
凹槽，
Okay.
纳粹，
纳粹 What in the... Alright, well, this is transliteration. 纳粹 It's interesting. Receive and hear. Yeah. 那是一部还是一部关于关于纳粹的电影。纳粹对world 世界造成了害成 no 造成了巨大的伤害呀伤害 世界哦，世界那世界。You say 西特，wait，西特，西特二 ，interesting。是一个名纳粹希特勒。Oh, ringing together.
纳粹
Okay.
撒娇
Wasn't expecting that. Saw to let go. Saw jiao. Let go and jiao. Lovely? What in the world? Let go of usual restraints and try to act as lovely and spoiled as possible. To act cute. Oh, in English, acting spoiled usually conveys being spoiled, rotten, and rude, but this term is more about trying to be cute and innocent as possible to get the same ends of achieving what one wants. Okay. Interesting. Oh. I see. Huh. Okay. That's a really tough one. 小猫喜欢对路人撒娇。它常常撒娇，想要礼物。他女朋友很会，很会。Oh yeah, because it's an act. 很会撒娇。I see.
撒娇
I don't want to talk about it. I fat fingered that.
咀嚼肌 撒娇 凹槽 拄拐杖 纳粹
对，
愤慨
愤慨 the double indignant. Both of these are tough, actually. Kai is the tougher one. It's a flex from Guy. Oh, Kai. And then fun is just exceptional too. There isn't too many things I can go off of. Fun. Fun Kai. 这种行为惊人 or 令人right 令人愤慨令人 behavior 令人我对这教室很愤慨。他对不公平的事感到愤慨。 about unfair 不公平
愤慨，垄沟，
垄沟 that's a ridge and a pit or a ditch. A furrow is fine, I guess, or a field ditch. Furrow, man, I haven't used furrow in a while. 能施 no 能夫能夫正在 what in the world is that? A dig? What is that? 挖走路 yen man, I lost the 50-50. I couldn't think of if it's yen or qian. Dang it. That's a special one. You gotta know it.
垄沟，挠痒，
挠痒 oh, it's a null. Scratch, null. It's a pivot. That's a special null. Null yang. The yang is okay. It's scratch too. The double scratch, scratch an itch, or scratch because of an itch. This is the scratch related to itching, or like what is a problem in which you scratch? Yeah, I wanted to say okay. 看电影的一边 OK 一边看电视或not电影电视一边挠痒 that is 边 OK fine 小狗要我帮它 right 帮它挠痒它总是在挠痒
挠痒，撬棍，
撬棍what is 撬 pry open when a pole a rod okay crowbar I see a rod for prying open things 撬棍那撬棍打开门撬棍放在garage 车什么车站里 heck 车库 not 酱 I think it's something else 车库 oh no that's a why 库这是一只撬棍 okay use 只 as a counter
撬棍，雀斑，
雀斑斑 is spot 雀 freckles the heck oh that's pretty cute sparrows do have spots that kind of look like freckles like but it's on the feather spots though interesting 翘斑 I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember that this one's gonna be tough 他脸上有翘斑他不喜欢
愤慨，撬棍，雀斑，
So weird.
垄沟，挠痒，
Okay. Crispy.
酥脆，
酥脆. Su. Oh no. It's shortbread. What the cui? Brittle? Okay. Those are two really mean characters. Su is rough. Yeah, these two are pretty tough. Su cui. Or bread and brittle, crispy. 我喜欢吃酥脆的烤鸡，烤鸡炸鸡。Wait. How did I screw that up? What is? Really? Really? Blow up chicken? And it's a tone change. 炸鸡. I was thinking roast chicken. Oh, 烤鸡, as opposed to fried blow up chicken. Oh no. Really? 炸鸡? 这块什么? Biangang? Oh no, Bing, sorry. That was Fujianese. 饼干很酥脆. Yeah, 饼干 is the we're not gonna talk about it. 这种酥脆的 potato 薯片很瘦。欢迎. Heckin' 欢迎, wrong person. It's not Goofy, it's Hulk. Why do I think Hulk and then I say Guan? Oh, green. Oh, I see.
酥脆，涂鸦，
涂鸦 paint, smear, 涂 and then ya. The heck, crow? Oh no. That isn't. Oh no. Yeah, that is not gonna be easy to remember. Booyah. 桥上 no, 壁上 no, that's 桥上有很多乌鸦墙象这什么？这当不是当然，这幅 It's a counter. 这幅涂鸦看起来很有趣。Oh, yeah, okay, interesting. That's a counter. 有趣。城市里测到测这what is this? What is that? Oh, Trey. That Trey. Or Chuan. I feel like it's Trey. Or Chi. No. No, Trey. Dao Trey. Dao Trey. Do. Shi. Buya. Dao. Wrong tone. Dao Chu. It's not Trey. It's Dao Chu. Oh. Okay. Fine. Man. This is position. So, and then Dao is like, this is like everywhere. Because position, all position.
涂鸦
Kitty.
孤雁
Wu Yen. Well, we have a wild goose. And then we have Gu, which is orphaned. A lone wild goose. Gu Yen. 那只孤雁飞得很快 or 很慢 Oh, that's a counter. Again, neck. What is neck? What is neck? Oh. I don't know the neck anymore. 是 right 是描写了一只孤雁的心情。Show. Oh man, it is show. All right. 孤雁常被用来比喻 metaphor 比喻孤雁的人。We just got 比喻 yesterday, I think.
孤雁稻秧
rice young seedling. Rice seedling, that's fine. young. 每年春天，农夫都开始种稻秧，开始种。How does okay. So planting vegetables, 种 it becomes 种 instead of 种. All right, so this is there's a double meaning here. Different meaning and a tone shift on 种 instead of kind. Nong Ming. I don't know. I think I get the two mixed up. Nong Ming. We'll just say Nong Ming ba Dao Yang Zhong Zai. Yeah, so that's probably gonna be 4. Zhong Zai Shui Tian Li. Yeah, 农民。这些稻秧长得很健康。
稻秧庸碌
Okay, mediocre and commonplace put together, yeah. 庸碌 These ones are pretty strong. 他不想过庸碌的生活。庸碌的一天。 heck 一天有还是有只有 no 有结动了结束了啊结束 that's a shoe it's a bundle 结束 yo okay wrong tone yo already yo already has it always been yo as opposed to yo oops already or again okay it's always been dang it wrong tone 庸碌的工作让他觉得没有意义meaning 意义 meaningless so 没有意义
庸碌，酥脆，孤雁，
呀 heck
涂鸦，稻秧，
heck
庸碌，
I had a reservation and then I changed it only to get it wrong. Alright, that's a wrap for today. Lots and lots of words. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. I'll watch this later. 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by and yap a little bit, right? Discuss, talk, chat, keep each other motivated. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for P3P. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone, to the 24th session of P3P. We might as well go into the menu and look at our social link stuff, right? So, what did we cover yesterday? We did our Fuka Yamigishi thing, so found her. And then Genji is a straight-laced guy getting ready for college, you know, studying harder because of his infatuation with Kano sensei. And then we started our Fuka Yamigishi stuff, which looks like it's going to be very similar, the cooking thing, right? Almost dying from eating her cooking. And then student council, the cigarette butt saga continues. The Hierophant, I think where we are is right around the time where we're trying to figure out if the persimmon petition, right? Or catching the rumor of it being cut down for renovation purposes. Kazushi has an injury and it's getting worse and he's ignoring it, right? Trying to power through for his dreams. Your classic RSI related things and children's ambitions or youthful ambition. Chihiro is opening up. She wanted to hold hands recently and being able to express. We encountered a bunch of other girls, right? Basically mocking her in a sense. And then Maya, we didn't do anything with Maya yesterday. And we know it's Toryumi sensei. And then Fortune, we started, Keisuke and Fuka. Fuka is actually part of it too. Keisuke is a doctor to be, basically, sort of. Very caring in a sense, in a passionate way. Kind of reminds me of Masaki. Masaki from maybe not as upfront and overly concerned. Then Yuko. Did we do anything with Yuko? I don't think so. Oh, we did. Yuko bumped into a bunch of kids and then she became a coach for the kids, right? Borrowing the school's field. Michael, nothing has changed too much. We went to Wild Duck Burger first time and she's talking about her parents' divorce, how she hates it, right? Then we have, I don't think anything changed here with Farosu, right? Farosu. And Bebe, the aunt situation, aunt passing away, and then now he's gonna come up with a way to either stay in Japan, right? Or return back to his uncle. Tanaka-san did not change too much. Tanaka-san talked about the deep cuts about selling a placebo effect, a peace of mind. And then something else. The placebo effect thing is quite a deep cut. And then, of course, Mutatsu about growing old, cynicism, the attachment, the risk of attachment. Obviously, he's talking about it from a retroactive standpoint where his life, he worked really hard, it felt like throwing his life away. He feels regretful for not spending time. But generally speaking, it's more of a coping mechanism because then he come to realize, which is the idea of the tower, things went south. However, there's redemption to appreciate that. So it's more like remorse and regret leads to enlightenment and cherishness. So that bitter cynicism, there is truth behind it, right? There is truth, unusual truth behind it. However, it wasn't balanced by a charitable sentimentality, right? I think if there's any character, so far reading through these characters again, if there's any character that I can consistently read as, is probably a jaded old man. Like, of all the personalities that I could see myself reading very naturally as, is probably a jaded, cynical old man, despite the contrast in personality. Like I have a quite even I imagine he's around his 60s or something like that. Maybe he's in his 50s. For myself, my personality is practically opposite of the monk. I'm on the live without regrets side of things versus constantly living in a state of remorse and regretfulness, right? And I drive away my cynicism with the equally as passionate, nearly naive belief in the goodness of people. And it's not because my life was void of cynicism, lying, bigotry, discrimination, hardship. It was actually filled with that. And the idea is that oftentimes dramatically different people come about adversity. And in my opinion, the monk represents in an adversity that I'm very accustomed to. So when I'm reading his lines and stuff, I hear it a lot. I see it a lot. And then my personality would be like, is there a social link that is closer to my innate personality? Fuka, maybe, but maybe not so carefree. It's more like it's closer to Hidetoshi, where like it's ever vigilant and incredibly stoically powerful. The idea is though, Hidetoshi still has an air of cynicism because people are unreliable. So it's more like the old couple. Despite the great adversity, they attempt to look at the silver lining and the spirit of one's person. You look at the goodness of those that came before you and those to come after. So it's far more Hierophant mixed with the youthfulness of maybe Fuka, and then the stoicism, the solidarity of like Hidetoshi. That's probably the closest. I think Chariot, like Kazushi, is the naive thing that I kind of find endearing. So this is the thing that I keep at. I'm not like this. However, I find it very endearing. I like watching people put it all on the line, right? The youthful passion. So some of these are very familiar. The one that I get most exposed to is the monk situation. And no, you don't have to be 60-year-old to sound like this. I actually think I bump into a lot of teenagers going into their 20s with a perspective like this character. So the ever cynicism, distrustfulness, the nihilistic, like regretful projection of one's own, like a lack of value in one's life over and over again. And then this is like the other side, the pop culture side of the internet, where people keep selling like hacks to making money and hacks to making life easier. That's kind of like the Tanaka-san special. Temperance is another field that's kind of like Twitch culture in general, right? Otaku related things. There's so many like generalizable features of all these. I can practically, I guess this is the second time I'm going through it, right? Let me remind myself. So in the Xiaomi, on the Xiaomi side, it's Junpei, father issues, right? Estranged father figure. Priestess remained the same. Hidetoshi remained the same. Hierophant remained the same. Chariot was Ryo, which was developing empathy, right? And volleyball. It was Ryo and the volleyball team, or Ryo and whichever team you pick, the tennis or the volleyball team. Justice was Ken. Ken was mother, the lack of a mother figure. Hermit was Saori, which is kind of, it's more like a foreigner in one's own origin, and then people pleasing. So Saori was about people pleasing and not being able to be expressive of one's own interests and stoic enough to defend one's own identity, right? People pleasing. Then Fortune was a left field, like Keshke is in the usual lexicon. Ryoji was the old Pharos, the Pharos as a human entity. So in Xiaomi one, it was really different. That was Ryoji. Ryoji was the human embodiment, personification of death, right? Pharos. So I don't know if Makoto Yuki is gonna have an interaction with Pharos, or is it just Aegis all day? I genuinely do not remember how it plays out, like actively recall. It'll probably be familiar when it happens, which we'll get to eventually. Strength. What was strength? Who is strength on Xiaomi side? Oh, Koromaru. So you get to hang out with Koromaru about the Koromaru's attachment to the priest, right? Strength, solidarity, following through on things. And then Michael is the same, right? Farosu is automatic. Bebe is still the same. Tanaka-san and Mutatsu are the same. We still got a few more unique ones, I'm pretty sure. Moon is probably different. It's not Shinjiro. Shinjiro was Xiaomi's side of things. Dude, Shinjiro's social link was amazing. Like, I absolutely love the over, like, senpai, like, sacrificial senpai thing with the heart of gold. Shinjiro was awesome. Where's Star was Akihiko, right? He's a derp. Akihiko's a potato. I do enjoy genuine innocence as well. Akihiko is like the one that's not really his priorities are elsewhere. I almost feel like I can empathize with Akihiko in the terms of not being emotionally attached, like having emotional ignorance of themselves for performance and pragmatism, right? Anyways, and then we still got, and then I'm guessing Aegis is still the same. And then there's the one guy that I clearly remember, the bigger guy, the like a heftier guy. I forgot what his deal is though, so we'll probably get to him soon. Yeah, and that's a review of what happened yesterday. I was very tired yesterday. Okay, still got it though. Still remember all the stuff. Now where are we? We're on the 20th of June. I'm kind of off script now, so hopefully I don't miss any unlocks for the social links. Social links have requirements. Some of the social links have requirements. Okay. Saturdays. I think Saturdays. Mutats is in the bar. Oh no, Tanaka-san is here on Saturdays. What is he gonna talk about this time? Probably the reunion at some point. Today's lesson is called "The smaller the dog, the louder its bark." Have you ever wondered what it would be like to be able to see through people's bathing suits at the beach? Oh, this is the making promises about glasses but not guaranteeing its function. I sure have. My, I've never seen you this enthusiastic before. Perhaps consumers would be persuaded by someone so forthright. We could position you as the boy next door. Intriguing. That is a flex, like a flex between Makoto or Makoto and Kotone. Our company has introduced a special filter for digital cameras. Simply attach it to your camera and voila! Start peeping. We've been advertising it in adult magazines. Our ad slogan is "Undress them with your camera eye." It's been selling like hotcakes. In fact, it's our #1 seller. Unfortunately, customers have been complaining that it doesn't work. I told my employees to just ignore them. Nowhere does it guarantee that you'll be able to see anything. Right? And it's not like anyone would actually admit they bought one. That is the kicker right there. Guilt of purchase. By the way, try to cut back on the donuts and cupcakes. I have an idea for an ad campaign. Oh wait, this stayed the same. I was thinking Tanaka-san would pivot away from like beauty standards since Makoto Yuki is male. Intriguing. Women will go crazy over a handsome young man in his briefs. Okay, well, that's certainly a pivot. I think you'd be perfect for the job. Yikes. So he still goes to the vanity route. To the modeling route. Have you been keeping your promise? You didn't tell anyone, did you? If you go back on your words, I'll paste a picture of your head on the most hideous body I can find. Oh, good. And it's on point, like with the theme, because he was talking about modeling, right? All right. I think we're accepting Chihiro, right? Gotta forward our things. About before. Seems to be feeling guilty about what I said. Something weird, didn't I? I wanted to apologize. Sorry about that. Always apologizing. Staring at the table. Your coffee's going to get cold. Do you want sugar? What is that about? It needs to cool down, I guess? Oh, maybe you should have ordered iced coffee then. Oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to tell you what to do. I was just, never mind. Responded it. She's only overly concerned, right? It's fine. Where are we going from here? Sundays? I think Sunday one, I think Mutatsu's. It's only Monday, Tuesday where they're not here, right? Yeah. Like the beginning of the week. Well, technically Sunday is the beginning of the week. Alright. You're a strange kid. Is this a buy or is this happening? They say men are about courage and women are about charm. I think it's the other way around. Well, if you're attractive enough. Anyone would open up to you though. If you're attractive enough, yeah, okay. Okay. Words of wisdom. We need more, we're not carrying a tower persona, so we're just letting it roll here. Yeah, we're talking about how many, oh yeah, Ikutsuki explained the 12 arcana, right? The 12 big shadow thing. Revelation. So behind octopi. Oh, this is the jellyfish thing, right? Not belonging to a group, or the group of things. The devil isn't a devilfish, right? I guess we're starting Fuka. Do we have a priestess? We should just swap out our stuff a bit. Okay, wait. Yeah. Oh, there is a quick travel. Oh, wow. I didn't even hit box to quick travel. Let's go in. Oh, this chariot, right? Let's go in. Grab a priestess. Okay. Oh, there he is. That's the guy we're looking for. Start his in a bit. I don't remember his name. We're going to Fuka. Is it home? Or do we talk to her? She should be standing outside, right? Yep. Alright. Time to see if anything changed with the cooking. Oh, rooftop first though. I made lunch. Would you mind trying some of it? I think it tastes better than I think it'll taste better than last time. At least it can't be any worse, right? The food looks better than the food she prepared last time. Oh. Oh, a kitty cat. I don't remember this. Aw, he's so cute. He looks hungry, doesn't he? Here, kitty kitty. Maybe I should give him some food. What do you think, Makoto-kun? Sure. I was hoping you'd say that. The cat ate the food Fuka presented. Huh? Oh, wait, this is different because... Wait, is it different? Because the other example would have been Koromaru, right? This might be different because Chiyomi had interactions with Koromaru for the cooking thing. I don't know. I don't remember the cat thing. What happened? Wait, was it the food? Luca tasted some of the food she prepared. Ew, this tastes terrible. I must have left it out too long. Sorry, Makoto-kun, please don't eat any of this. Luca put away the bento box. I don't want you to get sick. I'm so disappointed. I just want to help everyone, even outside of battle. And there aren't many chances to eat homemade food when you live in a dorm. So I thought it'd be nice to make everyone make lunch for everyone, but I need to get better at cooking. Maybe with your help, Makoto-kun, I can. still no home ec. Like, there's no... We're not going into the kitchen yet. It's kind of hard for me to say this after all that happened, but I'd be happy if you'd be willing to taste test my food again. Well, I'll see you later. She's a potato. We're good. I think Monday, neither Tanaka-san nor Mutatsu is in the place, I think. Pretty sure neither of them are here on Mondays. And they are the only ones available. I'm very curious if they rebalance it and put some of the people at night, maybe. In P3R. Oh, are we meeting SEGA? Probably.
あれなんだ俺何して
こんばんは。
ん
驚きましたか？
Sounds alright.
しかしここは本当は誰もが毎晩訪れている世界なのですよ。
何言ってんだあんたたち誰だよ
自分で名乗ってからが筋やろ。これ見てみ。住所、氏名、年齢、職業もろもろ。お前で間違いないか？
なんだよこの紙
お前を恨んどるやつがおんねや。でもって復讐を頼まれとる。
あ復讐なんだそりゃ恨んでるって誰だよ
そら言わん約束や。わしら代理人やさかいな。
代理人そんなあんなもんがマジに
もうよろしいですか？
待てよ俺何もしてねえよつか何の復讐だよ何したってんだよ
さてそれは私たちには分かりません。あなたが自覚している悪意と相手が感じている悪意とは無関係。人は皆聞きたいように聞き信じたいことだけ信じるものです。
いやだ来るな
素晴らしいですよその声。その感情こそが重要なのです。
まだ死んでない。
どうでもええて。わしら別に復讐が果たせればそれでええんや。それにどうせなんや他の事件に置き換わって記憶される。
予定がないのなら帰りましょう。少し疲れました。
Yep. Pretty in the box. Yeah, the revenge request. Emperor? We still have Emperor on us, right? Oh, wait. Hiro? I don't know where we are with her thing. Okay. Bookstore again. Decide to go shopping. Since our breaks during the day are so short, I just read, since there's not enough time for us to see each other. All of the books on this shelf are only 100 yen each, so I can afford them with my allowance. Just looking at the books on the shelf. Shall we get going? I don't see anything that interests me. Oh my! This is... I've been dying to read this. This is a collection of illustrations from the shoujo manga I read. It even has short stories inside. I would never have expected this to be here. Maybe the shop owner made a mistake. They have all 3 volumes. This is amazing. Each volume is 6,000 yen, so that means 8,000 yen total? What should I do? Is it good? Of course, all 3 volumes are great. The characters look so real, like they really exist. My monthly allowance is 5,000 yen, and even if I use my lunch money, but I'll get them no matter what. By next month, or the month after. By the time I graduate? I gotta hide them where no one will see them. Please, don't get bought by someone else. As she's talking to the book, I suppose. I wish I had a bigger allowance, but I also don't want to be a burden to my mother. Kolgao? Who's that? I saw that you were looking at that. I saw that you were looking at that female employee. A couple came walking out of Wild Duck Burger arguing. Is it the same rude 2 peeps? Sorry, forgive me. I'll do anything you want. Anything. I'm gonna break up with you. If you don't buy me that bag I was talking about before. Oh, that kind of thing. I thought money couldn't buy happiness until recently. Maybe referring to the books. What do you mean? Oh, don't worry, I was just talking to myself. But I sort of understand how he feels. That man, he doesn't have any self-confidence, so he tries to compensate with his money. But I can understand how he must feel trying to hold on to something no matter what the cost. When I'm with you, okay. I'm not sure, because like, okay. We're not turning this into an harem, okay? It feels like there are so many things in this world I can't afford. Shall we go? If I stay here, I know I'll want to go back to the bookstore and look at that illustration collection again. Okay. Partially the way home because you're in opposite directions. Shinjiro and Akihiko, right? Chatting it up.
Hey, お客さん、1名様で。
こいつと同じの。あ、
はい、毎度。特製一丁。
またそれか。よく飽きもせず同じものを食えるな。うるせえ。飯とプロテインを並べて食う野郎に言われたくねえぜ。
はい、特製お待ち。あ、丼熱いから気をつけて。もつ。
まだ迷ってるのか。そういう話かよ。今年になって新人が一気に4人加わった。俺たちの活動はお前がいた頃とは様変わりしてる。興味ねえな。戻ってこい、シンジ。その力無駄にするな。無駄でいいんだ。シンジ、俺はもう力を捨てたんだ。戻る気はない。またそれか。いつまで縛られてる。いい加減忘れろ。過ぎたことだ。過去に縛られてるのはてめえも同じだろ。何？同類なんだよ。俺もてめえもな。おい、シンジ。
君か。おかえり。
2 weeks to the full moon. Okay. We can't do anything on Tuesdays either. Oh no, Tanaka-san's here on Tuesdays. Okay. Reunion? The one that I remember most vividly is the reunion thing. His bitterness. Today we'll talk about... Oh, dear me. I just can't concentrate. I get so worked up when I picture his face. What happened? He did it! He betrayed me! I won't sleep a wink tonight. Oh, his protege. There was a young man who was working for me. He was a good kid who graduated from a well-known university. But this month, he wasn't able to meet his sales quota, so I docked his pay. After that, his self-confidence went down the drain. And then he just stopped coming to work. What happened to him? He probably locked himself inside his room. I don't care. I just mailed him a dismissal notice, COD. It's his fault that the company is in the red this month. All that money I wasted on training him. It makes me sick just thinking about it. Ugh. It's always about money. Of course. I love money. Money won't betray me like he did. It's difficult growing up with no money. When you can't even afford shoes for PE class, going barefoot in the gym during winter can be torture. Right. I've been thinking, how would you like to model exclusively for my company? Your innocent appearance would be perfect for camouflaging the ugly realities of business. Think about it, will you? You won't ever have to worry about being able to buy shoes for PE. Yeah. A bit of a allusion to his less privileged upbringing, which can parallel the monk thing, where adversity shaped people very differently. I obviously think about it in the opposite direction, or like instead of thinking about it as a justification, actually Tanaka-san kind of has a roundabout way of serving himself while also contributing. I do the opposite, where the adversity allows me empathy for trying to help people with less, as opposed to using it as a justification for victim blaming in the service of oneself. Oopsie, I better get back to work. I have to reevaluate the budget. If I decide to hire someone new, it'll cost a fortune to train them, right? So he thinks about it more like a person failing to service him, like in return, as a transactional, as opposed to a gift, right? Oh, we're getting into the Yukari and the Mitsuru interaction with the parents, right? The establishment, the shadows, all the secrecy. I think he's available, yeah. Where are we at with Hidetoshi? This is where I think now he's trying to find the person. He's alienating everyone and trying to find the person that's responsible for the cigarette butt, and then it's revealed that, was it Ekoda? I don't think we know who the teacher was. I think it might have been Ekoda sensei, to try to place the blame on someone and he wouldn't sell you out. Not yet. The other day, I was talking about the cigarette butt in the boys' bathroom. The teachers want the student to be expelled as soon as I find out who it is. Huh? The student council room is getting noisy. After the meeting, everyone left, nervously glancing at each other. Expulsion, huh? Hidetoshi looks exhausted. So, Makoto-kun, what do you think? How about the smoker's punishment that is? The usual deal. Yeah, I think expulsion is too severe. I think once I catch the culprit, I'll give him a good lecturing. It'd be great if I could get people like him to change their ways. I don't sympathize with students who break the rules, but will kicking the bad kids out really make school a better place? It's a question being asked quite often. Like out of sight, out of mind situation. Avoidance and shunning, excommunicating doesn't solve problems. It neither improves it either. I don't know why I'm complaining. It's really not like me. I guess I'm just confused because I feel so powerless. I'll have more power if I do what the teachers want and win his trust. Then people will have to listen to me, right? The idea you play along until you can change reform from the inside. That's kind of a deeper cut to like a lot of dystopian novels. Watch me, Makoto-kun. I'll work my way to the top and then change the thing from the inside. Change the system from the inside. Win influence first. I have some work to do. I'm going to make a list of suspects. You should go home, Makoto-kun, and be careful. And then I think the next one is where the teacher tries to force Hidetoshi to decide on a scapegoat. And the scapegoat ended up being you. He's an upright person, and even an upright person can exercise compassion when people are corrupt or behaving in a corrupt way. Good bro, Hidetoshi. Despite being a bit callous initially, rough around the edges, or sharp around the edges, I suppose. Is it another? Eventually, Edogawa ends up going on a lecture spree on magic. Those were tough. Magic? Yeah, there it is. I think it's dowsing, right? Dowsing is the thing. All right, where is Kenji? Okay. Alright, let's see how Kenji is working on his studies. Oh, we're at the ramen shop now. So then, I should spend time. Oh, I don't have enough points. Okay, we'll have to wait. We're off script. Thursday. I think Thursday it's both Tanaka-san and Mutatsu, right? Nope, just Mutatsu? That's son? Okay. Do I have enough points? Nope. Not enough points. Moving on right along. We have plenty of time to finish Tanaka-san and Mutatsu. Either new block or more lost souls. Who are we going with? Fuka is available again. Okay. A strip mall. Okay. You talk to her about your favorite foods. Remember when I told you that I need to get better at cooking? Well, I've been cooking a lot since then. That's why I wanted to know what your favorite food is, so I can make it for you. But everything I make still tastes terrible. You can't all taste terrible. Yeah, you're a bad cook. I believe in you. No one's ever said anything like that to me. I I'm not really a positive thinker. I always picture the worst happening. So I'm really thankful to be a member of C's. Everyone's been so encouraging, especially you, Makoto-kun. That's why I want to show you my gratitude. I don't remember this part. Okay. Maybe I should watch one of those cooking shows on TV. Then again, they're probably too advanced for me. Maybe I should just get a cookbook. But there probably aren't any in the library. No, it's okay. Thank you. But I have to find them myself. Which reminds me, I haven't been to the bookstore in a long time. It's not a big deal though. Oh, okay. It's just gonna... Wanted to help you out, man. Okay. Friday. I think this is where we start. It's from Friday to like Sunday, right? Do we have enough? Oh, there you are. I'm feeling down today, kid. So listen to what this old monk has to say, will ya? Those folks downstairs, they're probably around your age, yeah? It looks like they're having fun drinking and dancing, don't it? But if you look closely, their eyes say otherwise. I bet they come here to relieve stress. But I wonder if any of them are actually enjoying themselves. I often wonder this too when I go to like places of pleasure or like entertainment. Usually I go to places not necessary to relieve stress, but to have the privilege to enjoy more, right? To live it up as opposed to relieving stress. Stress won't go away unless you take care of its source. You can forget about it, but it'll always come back. This place is more like a refuge for me than a club. If those kids really want to relax, we should switch the music to the Heart Sutra and... Hey, there's a microphone over there. Bring it over, kid. I'll perform a live sutra reading. I don't think you should. Don't underestimate me, kid. My reading of the Heart Sutra will change your life. But I guess you're right. This place is too small to recite it properly. Is this the second playthrough? Yeah, we're on Makoto Yuki stuff. This would be closer to the P3R social links. Now I have a son. He's about the same age as those kids down there. He'd be 21 this year, if he's still alive, that is. Wait. I thought his kid was alive. Wait, perhaps because he was thinking about his son? He felt an almost fatherly concern. Wait, is it different? Is his son not alive for Makoto Yuki's side? Wait a minute. You think it's okay to leave the future of this country in their hands? I mean, what if they all end up like me? Well, it's not like I've got high hopes for the future anyways. All things are unique, yet not singular. Oh, sorry kid, I'm done talking. Go home before it gets too late, alright? I'll see you later. Is it too late? Is it too late for him to say, like, figuratively, his son is not... that is a big difference if his son's not alive. Because then that means there are two parallels. In Shiomi, when you're Shiomi, his son's alive. And he is estranged from his son and wife. And he goes to chase after his son and wife at the end. So I don't know if that changed or not. Interesting. Okay. Fuka. So Fuka's thing is, I don't remember how long it takes. Maybe you never end up cooking with her. Okay, you went to a shopping mall with Fuka. I apologize for taking so long. Oh, it's probably different because she's a romance target, right? Not a platonic target. I had to go to the pharmacy to buy some special spices. I don't know why though. Even if I use them, I doubt they'll make any difference. I'm sorry you came all the way here. Fuka seems very apologetic. To be honest, my cooking still doesn't taste very good. It's not the way I make it. It's just when I'm cooking, I think to myself, this isn't going to taste good, and I just stop. I just wish I was good at something. Well, you have a persona. I'm sure there's something. What? What? That I'm good at? Let's see. Well, I'm pretty good with mechanical oh yeah, so this is entirely different. So you don't join her in the cooking. Shiomi joins Fuka in the cooking. So this is more like a gender flip. Like she's going about it herself. Shiomi joins Fuka and they cook together, and she helps out directly in the kitchen, in the school's kitchen. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to boast. Seems embarrassed. My dad used to tinker with audio equipment in his spare time. This is still the same. He would repair speakers and headphones. I used to love watching him work when I was little. That's probably why I was so good with mechanical devices. But I don't think those skills are enough to repay everyone for what they've done for me. And even if they were, the Kirijo group could always provide us with anything we need for battle. Not to mention that I'm kind of embarrassed about it all. I mean, it's not a very feminine hobby. Oh, Makoto-kun. Thank you. Yeah. That part still stayed the same. You always seem to be the one that I tell my troubles to, Makoto-kun. And yet, you're always so understanding. You help me to think positively. You're really supportive. Yeah, so this part stayed the same despite being in a different environment, I think. I'm pretty sure they weren't at the mall. They were inside the school kitchen. Because she started a home ec club, and Shiomi-san joins the home ec club. It's just the two of them cooking. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to talk to you to talk so much. It's getting late. Let's go home. Off we go. Interesting. So things are different. Now I'm really curious. The monk situation. Tanaka-san, there was a swap, right? Your most of the female things turn into male things, of course. But not substantially different yet. Oh, this is the alumni thing. Recently, my alumni association organized a class reunion. Sounds fun. I had a splendid time. I still laugh thinking about it. This is where I digress about the last time we did this. I talked about like how some people, there are different takes on reunions, like alumni things, and I thought about going. I haven't ever gone to a reunion, like any reunion, 5, 10, 15. It's more than 5, 20. Like I miss like the 20-year reunion just happened too. So we're like 5, 10, 15, and 20-year reunion. And I haven't gone to any of them. However, oftentimes when we think about high school reunion, the high school reunion, which is what Tanaka-san is probably more projecting, his righteous indignation and flaunting of his wealth to his underprivileged background when he was growing up. For me, I would probably do the opposite. I would want to see everyone successful, like, or even it was not a competition whether they are successful or not. So my curiosity in going back to a reunion, like an alumni association, is to hopefully see that everyone's doing really well, if not better than I expect. While Tanaka-san typically goes back just to show how much better he's done compared to all the people that doubted him. Now, the question is, did I experience doubt before? Actually, no, not really, because doubt was replaced with racism and discrimination instead, right? So there were racism and discrimination occurred above comparing people. So I didn't experience the idea of being compared in that way, like the comparison of how successful. There were moments though, maybe like middle school to high school, because we transferred to a wealthy place where some of the people that I know, I still remember their names too and their faces, but I don't see it as a place of malice. But they found out that, you know, maybe my family wasn't as rich or privileged as they were, and they would use like derogatory terms that involved being poorer than others. So this is the part where Tanaka-san, he went on to make a lot of money despite dubious natures, and then the whole thing that he's about to talk about is having the pleasure of flaunting it in front of the people. Well, I would say despite not making millions of dollars and being an incredibly influential person or something like that, a life of lower privilege and then overcoming that and being successful to some extent, or successful enough in my life, didn't encourage me to find any pleasure in flaunting that. In fact, it's doing the opposite. I rarely ever show or talk about how I measure up or compare to other people. So adversity, underprivileged upbringing, and then being more successful can lead to very different outcomes. And for myself, I kind of compare in contrast to Tanaka-san. It doesn't bring any pleasure to prove people wrong for me personally, because it was through the kindness of other people who also behave like that I was able to be successful. Like, what I mean is, the people that I've met across my life, they didn't do that, so they took a chance on me. It's through the act of not thinking, like appreciating that there's possibilities, that I've come to also appreciate that I don't want to doubt people, right? Being right and proving people right that doubt you, that is not the same as trying to show them that they can also succeed, even if they're less successful than you, or they become more successful than you. I can still appreciate and congratulate them for being more successful. In fact, I tend not to wish upon them that I was right. Like, I don't want to be right about, oh yeah, this person, my bully, right? For example, the people who bullied me when I was younger, I don't wish that they're unsuccessful in order for me to feel good about it. I honestly I hope they're doing the best they can and making the world a better place. Like, I'm wishing for them to be better, contribute. Bullying has a source, right? Like, oftentimes you find that it is not that clear cut, where they're just simply rotten people. And also, righteous indignation can power a lot of people, like Tanaka-san. But the contrast here is that he was so righteously narcissistic that he achieved those things by any means possible because there's a justification for it. I do not cross that line. I draw the line at doing the same thing or becoming the thing that I don't want to become. So like if I thought about a reunion, I never wanted to be like all the other people just to prove them wrong. Like, for example, if someone thinks you're poor and that means that your chance in life is that you're never gonna be successful because you're poor, and it's easy to pick on people who are poor or underprivileged, and my first thought is like, oh yeah, I can prove them wrong, I can work really hard, and then one day I'll make more money than them, and then I'll go back and find pure satisfaction for that. And that's what he's going to talk about here. In fact, that doesn't even bring any satisfaction. I don't wish for people to be less successful, or like it doesn't bring me any joy to be more successful than someone. It honestly brings far more joy to see that people are very successful in turn, right? You want them to be successful and be great, not lesser than you. That kind of thing. And we're gonna read the rest of this. This one was a fairly deeper cut, this part of the social link. I doubt you'll understand how I feel since you're still young, but a high school reunion is a very important event. I agree it's a very important event as well, for a very opposite reason. It's the perfect opportunity to show everyone else how pathetically their lives turned out. For example, I ran into a classmate who used to make fun of me for only having rice in my bento, and another fellow who once strung up my holy socks on the flagpole. Now they both look at me with envy. Their annual salaries doesn't even compare to my monthly income. It's kind of funny that he talks about monthly income, and my annual salary and monthly income is 0. So, success and strength and power and security, like Hanaga-san in my eyes can be thinly veiled. These are people who are thinly veiled. They need to create affirmation or self-affirmation for themselves. So if that makes them happy, I'm actually not one to condemn them for doing so. Like, sure, that is certainly one way to motivate yourself, right? My business is on a roll, and my private life is also very satisfying. Let me take you under my wing as our exclusive model. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't think I would extend this offer to just anyone, even though just the last social link, he showed how he would blame his protege for screwing up, right? So he's fickly narcissistic. That's one of those ideas that earlier during my Bunpro session, I was talking about how to be a good judge of character, or an appropriate judge of character for your own sake, right? And where you can trust, you also need to know the motivation and understanding of that person, right? And in this case, these are one of those moments that is a very deep cut to entrepreneurship. When you're online and forming a parasocial relationship, you're projecting your ability to judge the character of a person is very highly dependent on whether you understand that you're projecting your desires and your expectations, or observing and creating a reasonable portrayal of expectations. In this case, you could look at someone who's very successful and want to be them, only to meet, the whole idea of be careful about meeting your hero situation. Well, oftentimes that idiom is that you lost track of what your heroes are, rose-colored glasses kind of thing, rose-colored goggles, right? You see someone who embodies everything you want, then you find out when you trust them to engage in it that it makes sense how they behaved and they betrayed your trust and expectations. Usually it goes both ways. A person can totally betray you and lie to you and be deceitful, or your expectations can betray yourself of who you want, right? Who you want to be. So for myself, whenever I see someone who is very much attempting to demonstrate that they are better than someone, I typically do not associate personally too much to that. The thing that makes me, in my opinion, the thing that makes someone great, at least for myself, is that the people around them become greater by being associated. So the people in my life, the way I find reward in being a human being, right, being a good friend or being a person, is that the people around me become better for it. As in the strength and the value of me being a person who would take someone under their wing or etc., is that the people around me become better. Their lives and their ongoing things become richer because I'm around. Not what they can do for me. That's a little different story, right? Like Tanaka's viewpoint is consistently about what he is giving in exchange as a way of elevating his position, which most of the time I do the opposite. I want the people around me to consistently seek to do better, not necessarily because we're in a competition of being the best. That's a really different aspect. And there are pros and cons. My perspective has pros and cons, and his perspective has pros and cons, right? The pro for him is that he is always going to be self-driven, driven to the point where he can constantly do well and not become dependent per se, or be affected by people around him. That also comes with a con, because he's narcissistic, so he can become corrupt, right? As in his way or the highway. So that's kind of what a good pro and a con of that. And for myself, when you're constantly thinking that you want to elevate other people with you as the contributor, it can create mediocrity, as in if the whole group dynamic is not sufficient to get better, then you yourself cease to get better as well, because you would become dependent on the progress of people around you. So there's a averaging effect, right? No one person will be like, if the group starts declining, then you yourself will start to decline, as opposed to using righteous indignation or something to elevate yourself regardless of the group dynamics. So that's kind of what Proko and I talked about yesterday, I think, about group adhesion, right? Group cohesion versus individualism. Tanaka-san very much represents the individualism. In a way, you can kind of see him as a perversion, like a Japanese cultural perversion of some of the social norms of Japan, which is to favor group cohesion as opposed to individualism. So he kind of is a facsimile of a lot of things that others would see in like American capitalism and entrepreneurship. And I mean, he's the devil arcana, so start to wonder what was in the minds of Japanese social norms back in 2006 to 2009. By the way, remember that 40,000 yen you gave me? I think we can call it even. My time is worth at least 100,000 yen per hour. I talked about this, like the going rate. There were many opportunities that people asked me, like directly, more than once, asked me like how much my time is worth. And we talked about this discussion like the last 2 days as well. Think about all the free advice I've given you. Yeah, they're free, right? It's free advice, so it's $0. The alternative would be think about all the costly advice I've given you. Then it would have a monetary gain. Free is given, right? That phrasing it means something very different for me. Like, when I care, I give. When we're making a business transaction, then we exchange. We make an exchange. Don't call it free advice like it's benevolent when you're insinuating that it's a transaction, right? Being benevolent is giving things. Giving things do not have a cost in return. Which happens a lot, by the way. Transactional. The internet is full of transactional things. I scratch your back, you scratch my back. Appropriately. Not saying it's inherently bad or good. Appropriate. Okay. Alright. Sunday. Wait, can we? We could do Maya. Or we can go to the shrine to strengthen. I think we're gonna go to the shrine and strengthen Yuko. Wait, do we have strength? No, I don't think this matters here at the moment. Bad luck. Is that bad luck or good luck? Sunday. Pretty sure Sunday we have Mutats, ne? Yeah, we still have Sunday for him, right? Oh, I doubt we're gonna have enough social points. Your head's like a sponge, huh? You seem to just soak up everything I tell you. Yep. Another dialogue piece. Interesting. I haven't read any of those dialogue pieces because we were like whole hogging it. Another mission coming up. Okay, Lorenz Force. Oh, this is probably Lorenz Force was probably the toilet bowl thing, right? Which can go either way. It's a misconception that the toilet, like the flow of the toilet, has anything to do with particular respect to hemisphere. We have Kazushi. Wait, does Kazushi stand out? No. I have to go to the... I think I still have a chariot on me. Yeah. Alright, let's see how his injury is going. Nope. Don't see him. Makoto-kun, I just got a text message from Kaz. It's for you, but he didn't know your address. It says, come to Iwato-dai Station. What is he thinking? He skipped practice today too. Oh no. How's our bro doing? Kazushi is sitting on the stairs. Hey, Makoto, why are you running? Yuko was ticked off, huh? Since I missed practice. Kazushi is averting his gaze. I should have told you before, but, the results. Apparently my knee is getting ripped apart. The doctor said if I keep this up, I won't be able to walk anymore. He said I put too much strain on it during practice. How pathetic. Well, I just want to win. Suck it up, man. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Every minute, every second is critical. I don't have time to waste. I promise to be the #1 athlete in Japan. Is it that important? Well, it isn't just about me. My nephew got into an accident and his leg got messed up. He can't walk right now. But if he goes through rehab, he might be able to recover. He said it hurts too much though, so he doesn't want to do it. He's only 5. There's so many things he's never done. I made a deal with my nephew that... Don't laugh, alright? If I become #1 in Japan, he'll go through rehab. So I have to win this meet to make it to nationals. What about your knee? Yeah, I appreciate your concern, but I can't worry about that now. Sorry for all the trouble I caused you, especially the depressing conversations. It's tough to keep it all inside. You were the only one I could talk to. Ugh. That's tough. Have I been in this situation? I have been in this situation. Usually not as... It's after the fact. So, torn shoulder, torn knee, feeling like you're not smart enough, not having enough money, no matter what, because it's like a permanent thing. If I had to give the Gen Z thing, having ADHD, ADD, OCD, any type of mental, like, it's a very parallel, like, storyline where someone would say something like that. In fact, it goes even deeper. IBS, some sort of congenital disease. The being born stupid thing is something too. It happens quite a bit. The people I talk to don't see it very often, but they say it a lot. Like, for example, oh, I'm just stupid, that's why X and X and X, right? And then you do the opposite, like what Makoto Yuki did here, where you would encourage them, like, nah, right? You can do it, but also be safe, right? Be aware of your limitations, but also be grateful that you're able to do certain things, right? It's not that the world is expecting everything of you, but also you don't want to throw your opportunities away due to perhaps unrealistic promises to yourself. That kind of thing. It's a touchy tightrope. Usually it comes off as self-defeating most of the time. Obviously, Kazushi is not self-defeating. It's an entirely different problem sometimes. Reckless abandon. Yuko seems to figure things out pretty quickly, so she might say something to you, but tell her to talk to me directly. I don't want to put you in the middle of this, Makoto. Dreams, man. Dreams.
ごめんね、風花。いきなり呼び出しちゃって。気にしないで。で、話って何？ね、風花のスキルを見込んでね、ちょっと頼みたいことあるんだけど。
This is where they start talking about the origins of Taresu.
前、学校のこと調べた時に分かったんだけどさ。10年前、結構な数の生徒が一度に理由なく不登校になったことがあってね。しかもそれよく調べると本当に不登校だったのか怪しくてさ。風花知ってた？あまり詳しくは。今更だけど気になんない？シャドウが現れたのって昨日今日の話じゃないって言うし。それってつまり？わかんない。けどどうも引っかかるの。それに言いたくはないけど。桐城先輩ってタルタロスの話になるとちょっと様子おかしいし。そうかな。事件のこと詳しく知りたいの。関係ないならないでいいし。そう ね。わかった。調べてみるね。
帰ってきたか。
All right. There are gonna be some emotional monologuing soon. Well, I guess not really monologuing, but emotional. Yeah, I mean, Yukari has a very emotional one coming up, and then Kirijo as well. Monday we got nothing to do on Monday evenings, right? It's Mondays and Tuesday Tanaka-san is around. Gotta check. Oh wait, I forgot. I didn't retrieve his weapon. Our Lucifer's blade. Which is a different blade. They chose a different blade, I think, for E5X. I forgot what the blade is called. It looks pretty cool. I don't think it's Lucifer's blade. Kenji's... I think Kenji's up for Tuesdays. That pep. Alright, Kenji. Oh, I think I'm behind on Kenji's thing. Alright, wild duck. The duck fries are soggy as usual. There's... oh... for some reason Kenji isn't eating. I can't eat. That's what's wrong. Dude, listen to this. Kenji began to speak. I've got a serious problem. I saw a magazine on Emily's coffee table. Guess what it's called? Bride to Be? Magazine? How did you guess? Man, you're amazing. When I saw that magazine, I began to think. I made up my mind, man. As soon as I graduate, I'm gonna marry Emily. So what do you think, Makoto? That's great. Congrats. Thanks, Makoto. I'm seriously in love with Emily, and I'm gonna marry her. Then Emily Kano will be known as Emily Tomochika, and I will make her the happiest wife ever. This is such a weird social link. Gasping? I wanted your support, dude. He's so... It's so weird. We should get going. Hey, I wonder how many more times I'll be able to walk home with you like this. His lines... the lines are so uneven. I don't know how I feel about Kenji's social link. It's the weirdest one at the moment. Alright, yeah, he's here on Tuesdays. No such thing as a free meal. I gotcha. Before I enlighten you today, do you notice anything different about me? Sort of. Oh, then you can tell. Oh yeah, the hair thing. I had my hair revitalized. Doesn't it look healthier now? Sure. I'm afraid it's all part of the job. I have my fans to think of. At home, I'm completely the opposite. I dress like a slob and only shower once every 3 days. Let me give you an analogy. Vegetables. Perfect. Imagine an organically grown cucumber that looks deformed. Compare that to a cucumber that looks perfect, but was grown using chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Which one do you think the supermarket would stock? The one that looks good, right? That's his point that he's making. That's the simple truth. Awkward-shaped cucumbers are difficult to stack, so stores prefer nice straight ones. Taste and safety are not really considered. Instead, they carry cucumbers that even mold won't eat. So, why do consumers still buy these cucumbers when they know the truth? Simple. People trust what they see. Appearance matters most. That's why, as much as I hate spending money, I buy expensive ties to win people's trust. Oh, wait, you remember what I just said? About me dressing like a slob and not showering every day? Don't tell anyone. I can't afford to have people starting to believe I'm ordinary. I only said it because it was you. You're the only one who knows. Yep. Although, despite appearances and exposure, I usually, emphasize that we have to remember that the people you interact with are still human. So whether you see it or not, one can surmise that there's always a point of empathy that you can achieve because of humans, right? And I say always loosely here. Obviously, you can reach an impasse and it might not be to the same extent. Generally, though, I use my awareness of the human condition to remind myself that the person I'm talking to is human. So when they present something in appearance-wise, kind of like the parasocial relationship of YouTube and all of that, you want to ground yourself in reality. For myself, I tend to emphasize my humanity and constantly remind at least the people around me that yes, just because appearances show that, like, I talk about this a bit. I tend to be incredibly high energy when someone asks me like, hey, do you like video games, or why do you always feel like you have so much to talk about or something when we talk, it's largely because if I choose my arena, if I choose to do something, then it would be like Tanaka-san is trying to insist here. You choose to appear to be your best self. That is not the same as pretending to be something and being unable to do it, right? Have to keep that in mind. There are individuals who, Procol and I talked about this topic in a bit, where the concern of like clip farming and whatnot, or like algo speak and the hustle culture, they can promote a behavior that is pretentious or more like unable to reflect the person. In a way, you could argue disingenuousness, right? When I talk about how I'm not always this high energy and all you see is the high energy part, that is genuinely what I mean. I am trying to be at my best when I'm with people. However, I want to remind everyone that being human means I still sleep, I still run out of energy, I still become exhausted, and I still take care of myself, which is usually the things that aren't very apparent. Which, in my opinion, I share this because youth, not well-adjusted adults or people who are able to be sustainable lifestyle, the youth that I encounter most of the time, they don't see that, literally see that with their eyeballs on a YouTube video or something like that. That's what, in my opinion, one of the deep cuts of what Tanaka-san says. You trust what you see. So if you don't see it, it's out of sight, out of mind. For, in my opinion, younger, inexperienced people. So for myself, I feel like it's a responsibility for someone who do understand that to emphasize that, remember, It's not that I'm being less disingenuous or like I'm hiding something. No, I'm showing something intentionally that truly represents myself. Now, it's not the whole picture though, because you can't show all of that, or there isn't enough time in the world to balance that type of thing. So that's kind of a bigger picture version of Tanaka-san. Like, you trust what you see, however it can be exploited in both ways. The person who is presenting the picture could exploit it. The person who's looking at the picture can also exploit it. Whether that's helpful or harmful, that's certainly up to the person presenting and the person receiving or being informed. Just a reminder, don't tell anyone. If you break your promise, oh, what's the threat this time? Well, I guess I can trust. Oh, right. We're past the point now. He trusts us. He doesn't threaten us with a weird act of inconvenience. Okay.
Yeah. 何を伝えに来たかわかる?
I'm getting accustomed to him. He sounds a little bit like a creeper.
そろそろ慣れてきたのかな? あと1週間で次の満月だね。
Although I'm a little bit somewhat attached to the English CV, he's kind of a creeper.
準備はできてるかい? 気をつけてね。また会いに来るよ。
また会い。Full moon. Getting close to the full moon. Do I have a strength? I do. Where's Yuko at? Oh yeah, that's right. I have a Siegfried. Oh yeah, the kids and coaching. The kids are secretly training today too. Since you can only train here for a little while, you'll have to practice on your own if you want to win. Repeat after me. I can win. I can win! Don't give in to fear. A go-getter. The kids went home after finishing their training. Those kids are going to challenge the 6th graders soon. The winner will get to use the playground. They asked me to write a formal challenge for them. I'm a little worried. Not just about the race, but also about my spelling. So, what's your honest opinion? Age differences really matters when you're as young as they are. Do you think they can beat the 6th graders? Let's hope for the best. That's right. A coach has to believe in her team. They've done their best. They'll be fine, right? After all, they learned from us. Well, believing is one thing, right? It's very powerful. Sometimes it may not be powerful enough. It's a thought that counts too. I should have asked you to write the challenge. Mine doesn't sound very impressive. I'll be so embarrassed if those 6th graders laugh at it. Nah, 大丈夫だ. Okay.
帰ってきたか?
What is today? Wednesday? I don't think either of them are here Wednesday. It starts on Thursday and on. Right? Okay. Off to bed we go. I'm very curious if Mutatsu is different. I could get rid of Valkyrie to have a tower. I think Yuko is available. No, Yuko is not available. So Kazushi is probably available. Today Kazushi is participating in training. Okay. Doesn't Kazushi seem slower lately? The members started talking to each other. Yeah, he's not trying as hard as he usually does. He thinks he'll make it to nationals like that? Oh boy. If you guys have nothing better to do, then why don't you give me a hand with the laundry? Did they run off? The only thing they're good at is kicking up dirt. Kaz, the coach wants to see you in the office. Alright, I'll be right there. Makoto-kun. Never mind. She knows. She knows. Hey, Makoto. Wait up. The coach just called me to the office to tell me he's worried about me. I'm not accusing you of telling him, but dang, what should I do? I think he knows. How's your knee? It's sore, but I made it through practice today. He said I have to quit the team if I'm hurt, but I told him I'm not. I've already missed 3 days. Now I have to work even harder. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep my promise to my nephew. I guess you need to toughen up. You're right. I have to stop making excuses. It takes guts to win. I decided that I'll take my chances for my nephew's sake, even if I permanently damage my knee. If that happens, Makoto, I want you to be the next captain. Yikes. Put it all on the line. It's a depressing topic, huh? That's just the worst case scenario though, okay? I'll keep my promise and win at the regional meet as well as at the nationals. Then I'll give my knee a rest. But for now, I'll do whatever it takes. Okay. That's a tough one. Thursday. You know what? We're gonna pick up a tower. Because I don't need Valkyrie. Valkyrie is redundant with Siegfried. Whoops. Okay. I want to know. Excuse me. We're a tower. Oh, you're late. What's up, kid? He's drinking a lot. Don't you think it's rude to make someone wait? Didn't Dad tell you not to do that? Eh? Dad? Eh? Dad? Did you just call me Dad? You always call me an old... No, we don't. But... you're all nice whenever you need some money. Oh, right, that's right. He's talking about his son. And I thought you got in an accident or something. Oh, okay. It's still the same thing. Don't make me worry like that. What the heck were you doing this late? Well, that's true. It's none of my business. But watch your mouth, okay? Who the heck do you think raised you? Raised you? Oh, you. He's sobering up. Dang, all this time I thought you were... I guess my eyesight's getting bad after all. Okay, I think this is still the same thing. I just didn't realize he talked about his son in the past tense earlier. Yeah, okay, it's still the same thing. I must have forgotten he talked about the past his son in the past tense. Spending all my time with clients, missing anniversaries and birthdays. I wonder if they feel the same way I did as I waited for you earlier. Who's they? My wife and my son. Okay, it's the same thing. I thought for a moment they might have changed up his thing. I might have misread something. It's been 4 years since they left. I used to stay out past midnight, and when I got home, my wife and I would get into a big argument. Now, when I go home, I don't know what to do with myself, so I just come home and drink every night. Are you running away? Yeah, you're absolutely right. I shaved my head, but it's only for show. I get drugged to avoid facing my problems, so yeah, I guess you could say I'm running away. She hasn't called me or sent me a letter since then. She must have gotten over me. Who knows where they are, or if they even want to see me. Ah, forget it. It's too much of a hassle anyways. Alright kid, let's get out of here. Yeah, we left the club with him. No, it's normal. Like, it's the same storyline. I might have had the same response the first time I read it, where that line where he said, yeah, if my son would be 21 now or something, would be, or like it felt like he was talking about his son, like the son was no longer alive as opposed to no longer with him. I think it's the same response I had the first time I read it. What is this? Classic lit. Oh, probably Murasaki, Shikibu, Shikibu or something. Oh no, it's the global theory thing. Yeah, the pavilion. Global pavilion. Alright. I'm gonna go chill with Fuka. Fuka is different. At least I think. Rooftop again. Okay. I wanted you to try something for me, Makoto-kun. Don't worry, it won't be like before. You'll be able to eat it this time. Wait, didn't I say the same thing last time? Oh well, this time I truly mean it. Well, here it is. Please try it. Fuka presented a round object to you. Okay, so this is... they're still running parallel, still. It appears to be a flavored rice ball. Okay, so she still go down the same track. You just happen to not be in the kitchen with her making stuff. It smells good. You decide to eat it. This is where you find out, like, she accounted for all the permutations of the rice ball. Of making it. You're surprised. The rice ball is edible. In fact, it's delicious. Well, how does it taste? It's really good. Really? Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I made it today in home economics class. Learning how to make a rice ball in a high school sounds strange, doesn't it? Remember when I told you that I had to get better at cooking? Oh, was this the cookbook thing? Well, since then, I've been practicing making rice ball every single day. They're simple to make, but perfecting their taste is quite difficult. Yeah. Everyone in home economics class kept telling me how good my rice balls tasted today. Okay, that's different. Since we're not in home economics with her. So, to show you my appreciation for all your help, I bought you one. You've taught me so much, Makoto-kun. Thank you for everything. I didn't teach you anything. No, that's not true. You taught me something very important. I said this before, but when I'm with you, Makoto-kun, I think more positively. And I want to make people happy. That's probably why I did such a good job on that rice ball. I concentrated on who was going to eat it. Right? Big cut here. Whenever I'm like learning something, right? Like in learning Japanese or something, I'm usually explaining things and like retreading foundations and stuff, kind of like a rice ball, a foundations of cooking thing. And I often read, consume media and stuff by focusing on what I'm going to do with it, or whom I'm going to do it for, like reasons, motivations. Like when someone says, "Oh, hey, I really like this video game. Would you care to try it?" And then, you know, I ask about what are their motivations, why, and all that. And that gives me the motivation. So when I do things, I tend to have outer sources of motivation. So when I'm learning something, my first thought is, what kind of people am I going to speak to, and what can I do with the information? So teaching and education is often my area of motivation, where if I'm going to learn something, then I also keep in mind who I can able to explain and talk about these things with, right? Oh, no, I don't mean... Okay. This is where it might start getting into the romance things eventually, which might be different. Oh my, look at how late it is. Let's go home. Alright. What do we have? Okay. I think we have access to either or, I think. Right? Oh no. Just kidding. Back to... So, no change. No change in Mutat's storyline. Hey, sorry about... You know. Let's just forget about it, alright? Anyway, I'm sober today. So, just sit down and listen to what this old monk has to say. All I gotta do is look all serious and recite the sutras, and I can make easy money. At least that's what I thought. So I begged to take over my parents' temple. But every day is the anniversary of someone's death. I'm working 24/7 as if my temple was a convenience store. Poor men know no leisure. Take a break? I wish I could. But I have a strong sense of responsibility. I can't say no to someone who needs my service. But as you can see, I'm too busy. I gotta push this old body of mine to the limit. Maybe I should think of something else to do with my life. I can't keep this up for much longer. I've been drinking too much lately, making a fool of myself like I did the other day. Time to retire? Yeah, maybe you're right. A person should know when enough is enough. Oh, how about this? We never filed for divorce since I owned the temple. We could all live there. I think it's a pretty good idea. I could retire and enjoy life for once. What do you think? I don't really get this. What are you talking about? Oh, well, I'm thinking about asking them to come back. You know, my wife and my son. First, I gotta find out where they are. I'll hire a detective. I don't care how much it costs. And when I see him, first thing I'm gonna do is tell him I'm sorry. From the bottom of my heart. He has a really awesome resolution. Like the post, you know, the final day, right? The final day resolution. He sends you a letter. I'm gonna be concentrating on this, so I probably won't be seeing you anytime soon. I've had enough of dealing with a punk like you anyways. Good riddance. He does have one more to tell you that they found, the detective he hired found the wife and son. So solid. If I knew I was gonna end up this way, I never would have become a monk. Oh well, I guess I'll go to a detective agency tomorrow. That is a kind of a slight deep cut. The thinking retroactively and not wanting to repeat the same thing. That's often from the perspective of someone who have not either overcome their value of their life decisions, or they live a life of regret, right? So like, if I were to do it all over again, you hear the on the internet, it's kind of like a typical content, in my opinion, a very typical content from someone who is trying to, I don't know, draw community attention. You usually have the videos of, if I have to do all over again, this is what I would do. If I these are all the mistakes that I've made, so you don't have to situation. So for myself, I would not frame it that way. Maybe something proactive like, these are possible learning lessons that came from the choices that I've made. Perhaps this can be used for choices that other people make, right? It's not as provocative and fear-mongering. I talked about the whole idea of like being engaging by using fear. Yeah, whenever I'm talking about language learning, that's usually what it comes up with. Like, hey, don't make the same mistake I've made. Here are tips to avoid my mistakes, or something like that. Alright, let's get going, kid. And we always leave the club with him. Yay. We're gonna... What time is it? Still kind of tired, man. My stamina is not that great at the moment. I have to take care of like personal family stuff lately, so get up early in the morning. Okay, let's go to, is Fuka? Yep. Let's see how this changes. I read this in a book the other day, but as you spend time with Fuka, oh, I failed to have enough points. Wait, hold up. I wasn't expecting to fail the point check. What? Huh, that's weird. Alright, well, Tanaka-san it is. I'm used to being accosted by people, but recently I had an interesting encounter. It was with a young man not much older than you. Guess what he said? He said, "Thank you." Oh, this is where he starts to do this warped, narcissistic way of thinking about giving back. Oh, really? I don't mean to sound like a prick, but I could care less what our customers think. After all, we don't even sell real products. But then he told me he quit his part-time job and was going to study to become a public prosecutor. He wants to punish businessmen like me for bending the rules. He said I was an example of a negative role model. As if. Maybe I'm overreacting, but what if he does become a public prosecutor and puts me behind bars? Lord knows what they would do to me in prison. Would you still come visit me if I was in the slammer? Tough question to answer, right? I want the shareholders to know about this. Apparently, kids these days aren't as naive as I thought. He does have a very comical getting away with it scene, like, thing broadcast on television. The dubious businessman. I think we're accepting Chihiro's thing, right? Yeah. Oh. I don't know if I had a persona. Okay, that's fine. I can't seem to forget about that book of illustrations I found at the bookstore. She's staring off in the distance. In the manga that the artist of that book draws. In the manga that the artist of that book draws. Ooh, that wording. The main character is always a shy girl. I can see. Okay. Fair enough. Her admiration of the boy she likes drives her to become more confident and charming. Oh, that's a coincidence. I would like to be like that too. You can do it, but I still have a long way to go. I'll have to try even harder. I don't have a gift, so we're just gonna... I haven't paid attention to any gifts and stuff. I think we need to do Tartarus, right? And also need to make sure, okay, no important missing people. So we're doing Tartarus now. Right. Tartar sauce, off we go. We gotta get our tartar sauce. I have to get up to 64, which will really be really quick now because everything should cower. We don't have... Who's our fourth member? Oh, I guess. It really doesn't matter though. Oh, my eyes. Okay. Alright. We just have to get to the top floor. We don't have to do anything else. Oh, that weapon looks interesting. Oh, it's a really interesting looking weapon though. Lucifer's sword. Again, it's not the... I wonder which sword model it was. That's a really cool looking sword. I could have picked that one. Okay, we're just gonna split up. Basically go in a direction that they're not going. Go quick.
みんな3回個別行動を了解。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。ラッキー、お金見つけちゃった。この
そら
余裕のみんな3回個別行動をとってください。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。よし、よさ。
わかった。
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
何か拾ったぞ。後で持っていく。
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
これは拾って帰るか。
みんな3回個別行動をとってく了。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
これは拾って帰るか。
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。あ、お金見つけちゃった。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。タイプ
そら
余裕の勝 3回個別行動をとってください。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。みんな3回個別行動をとってください。了解。
これは拾って帰るか。
みんな3回個別行動をとってください。
Alright. We want to do like the next main story beat, right? Oh wait, he's in here actually. Kazushi, let's go. Workout's tough but fun. Is Kazushi around? Kazushi. What is it, coach? You have a scary look on your face. What do you think you're doing? Just practicing, coach. That's enough practice for you. Come to the nurse's office. The rest of you, get back to work. Yeah, I forgot. He's the counselor. Or, yeah. The nurse's office. Kazushi, did something happen? I knew it. He's such a bad liar. You can totally tell he's favoring his one knee. I know you have something to do with this, Makoto-kun. Sorry, but follow me. I just spoke to your mom about your knee. You're throwing caution to the wind, young man. That blabbermouth. I want you to quit before things get any worse, okay? Please, I need to practice. I heard, Kaz. Yuko, Makoto too? Take some time off, Kaz. Practice can wait until you're fully healed. No, I don't have time. Huh? What's your hurry? Don't be so rash. Makoto, you've been hanging around Kazushi lately, right? You must know something. I'm gonna look away here. Makoto. Wait, this doesn't concern him. I don't want you to get dragged into this, so I'll come clean. Doesn't look like this is gonna... I think there's gonna be a silver lining here. To tell you the truth, 15 minutes later. So that's the gist of it. I need to practice. I have to win or else. I know how you feel, Kazushi, but it all depends on me and my nephew ever walks again. So that's why. Who is this? Several team members walked into the nurse's office. I don't mind if he competes at regionals. If it's just the individual competition, then I don't have to worry about him bringing us down. Why are you here? I'm worried about Kazushi. Guys? I'll let you keep training for now, and we'll see how things go. But if I tell you to stop, I'm sorry, but you'll have to listen. And I want you to go home today. Your mother will be upset if I let you stay. Sorry, coach. Everyone, we're done here. Now, get back to training, everyone.
Miss.
Questionable. Questionable. Monday doesn't have anything. We'll just go to bed. And then full moon, I think. Full moon is tomorrow. Okay. Okay. This is probably the Hierophant. Right, the Hierophant mirror one. The hotel.
どうだ反応あるか
待ってください。見つけました。市街地に大型のシャドウ反応。
本当に来た。満月の剣。
場所は岩戸台の白川通り沿いのビルです。
白川通りか。ここ数日影人間がよく二人一組で見つかるって聞いてたけど。
二人一組か。あ、そういうことか。
白川通りってどんなところでしたっけ？私あの辺あまり行かないもので。聞いたことはあるけど。
ああ、そっか。ホテルんとこか。だから二人一組なわけね。ウーカも知ってんだろ。ホテル街だよ、ホテル街。
Junpei, please.
あんたね。
おいおい、何を妄想してるんだ。内装が凝ってるだけの単なるホテルだから。
Good
言ってみれば、そう、アミューズメントホテル？
Amusement hotel?
あれ、そうなんすか？
なんか今回は嫌な予感する。行くのやめようかな。
またゆかりっち、意外なとこ子供なんだから。
ゆかりち。
子供はどっちよ。オッケー、行こうじゃん。私、今日の作戦は前線で戦うの予約します。
予約制なの？
予約制なの？
さあ、現場の指揮は誰がやるんですか？
今まで同様、今回も君だ。それとバックアップは今回から作戦時も山岸に頼む。
はい、頑張ります。
よしなら前線に出るメンバーを決めてくれ人選を任せる
えwe're just gonna leave. Oops. We're just gonna leave everyone else out. Time to go. Wait, do we need a full team? Okay, fine, Junpei. You can come. It was this one, right? Okay.
敵砲タイプです。気をつけて。
Oh. That's fine. Oh. Right. That's fine. Oop. Stabby, stabby. It's interesting that he does a poking motion as opposed to a slicing motion. Despite, I think his blade is considered slash, right? Not pierce. Toilet. Okay. Mirror time. Oh, that's right. There's this scene. Yeah, it swaps up Yukari for Akihiko. Fantasy. It's so tempting. Nah, I can't give in. Oh, it just keeps going. I see. Not true. How about it's so tempting? Now's not the time. Okay. What? Oh, interesting. Who cares? Oh, do you have to give in? Oh, we do have to give in. No? Oh, okay. I didn't realize you actually have to regain control. I got slapped. Some reason you got slapped. Rip. It's a little bit more subtle with the Akihiko and Shiomi interaction. It just straight up gets slapped. Okay. Okay. We have to hit different. We have to hit different mirrors, right? Darn it. I don't remember. Which mirror was it? Oh, they are still aggro. Okay. I think I already went in one. Nope. Not like this. Okay. The big lover.
このシャドウが精神攻撃に勉強です。
Oh, I still haven't changed his direct command yet. Oop. Well, actually, attacking is a little bit over. Okay. Who needs levels, right? SEGA.
ありがとうございます。それと君もな。よく惑わされず立て直した。
よし、なら解散だな。
そうだ、ゆかりちゃん、この前頼まれたことだけど、うまくいった？わかった。後で聞かせて。よーし、私たちも戻りましょう。ほら、順平、何してんの？行くわよ。
お前、またなんか活躍したみてえだな。
Just luck.
運なんかじゃねってお前が一番わかってんだろ。
ちょっと何突っかかってんの？もしかして悔しいわけ？
A slight jealousy
うっせえな。
side.
なんなの？
That's not what you said. Meanwhile,
想像よりも早い解決でしたね。大した見せ物です。彼らはここしばらく毎月こういった活躍をしていますね。最近では頭数も増えているようですし、あの塔にも頻繁に出入りしているようですしね。どうでしょう、ジン。彼らは敵でしょうか？
もうすぐ奴に会う頃合いやし、聞いてみたらええんとちゃいますか？
なるほど、それはいい。彼は今や私たちと同じ運命を背負うもの。すぐにも会って話してみましょう。私たちにはあまり時間がないですからね。
okay. Oh yeah, spring break. Is this the punctuation thing? It's the punctuation thing. This one, right? This is the comma related thing. I need a fortune. Do I have fortune? No, I don't have fortune. Go grab, right, let's go grab a or HSK. I actually feel like I might be falling behind now that I think about it. Hopefully not too much. Still working on that. Picking Kenji. Let's carry it. Maybe not Hermit. I don't think I've completed one social link yet. Fortune, music room. You hear a beautiful melody. Hours flew by while you were having fun. Everyone, can I have your attention, please? Now, regarding the Bay Area music competition, I'm pleased to announce that Kyosuke's piece was selected for the consideration in the final round. That's incredible. Your piece was really good, Kyosuke-senpai, so I think you will win. Thanks, but it wasn't me, it was my violin. I used my dad's Stradivarius. Wow, you just nonchalantly had a Stradivarius. I was probably just the only contestant who played one, that's all. Great job! Thanks, Makoto-kun. But I've only been playing the violin for about 2 years, so I must have just gotten lucky. You should have confidence in yourself, Kyosuke-senpai. You've been practicing really hard. That's right, you're always the first one here and the last one to leave. Thanks, guys. But I'm your senpai. I should be encouraging all you, not the other way around. Sorry, Makoto-kun. I'm not making much of an impression as the club leader, am I? I'm not much of a musician, but I'd be happy to collaborate with you on a project sometime. Very humble. Humble guy. What's his deal? Well, I guess I should keep playing the violin for as long as I can. Oh, look at the time. Let's go home, everyone. Okay. How should I explain this? Kyosuke is talking to himself. What's going on? A male club suddenly collapsed? Huh, I feel kinda weak. Just take it easy. You're pale, your blood pressure's low, and you're having difficulty breathing. Now, tell me, have you been feeling weak and tired lately? When's the last time you ate something? Well, I didn't eat breakfast this morning, so... This kid is inquiring about the male club member's health. I see. Well, it looks like you're suffering from iron deficiency anemia. Simply put, you're not getting enough iron. I recommend you add iron-rich foods such as liver, whole grains, and green leafy vegetables to your diet. Good work. Don't call me that. Being the son of a doctor doesn't have anything to do with it. It's all just common sense. That face. Why don't you guys head home? I'll take him to the nurse's office. That's funny, the face that they drew. At nursing, okay. Good old Keshke. I like him. Okay. Wednesday. We got nothing to do for Wednesday, right? It's only Thursday and on. And then we're running out of stuff to do at night and in the evening. I'm not expecting any other social links. Da-da-da-da-da. Bed we go. What is this one? Oh, it's the Konden, yeah. Do I have a justice on me? Yes, I do. I think we're behind on Chihiro's thing. Makoto-san, hurry! I'm worried that someone's going to buy that illustration collection. Hurry! Wait! Several students came running from behind. They said our class material fee hasn't been paid yet. Oh. I was getting grilled in the office. It seems that they are Chihiro's classmates. Oh no. Oh, that money. I gave it to the teacher in the office. You were the one who was responsible for that money, right? That means you were the last one who saw it. Huh? I just told you. You're the treasurer, right? Why are you in that position if you don't know how to handle money properly? The teachers are in the office right now, so why don't you go fess up and apologize? Makoto-san. It's your own fault. No, you're not to blame. But you agree with me, right? It's not my fault. I gave the money to the teacher. It's not my fault, so why should I have to apologize? Whoa. Interesting. Talked about this a little bit at a different time. Everybody is looking at Chihiro as if she's guilty. But whatever, just make sure you take care of it. You're so happy since you got all that money. Well, you better do something before everyone finds out. Don't worry, I'll keep your little secret for now. Wait, you think I... Nah, it's not the money she saved up, right? Just a coincidence. Those guys think that I stole the money. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't stand up to them, but I didn't take anything. We have to do something. Right. We have to do something just like you said, Makoto-san. I have to prove to everyone that it wasn't me. So, what should I do? I never expected this to happen. Makoto-san, what should I do? He's on the verge of tears. Okay. Is this to be continued? Nah, I don't think so, right? Oh, no, this is my problem. I'll try to take care of it. Bookworms. Sorry, but I don't have time to stop today. Okay. To be continued. New area. Okay. Thursday. Thursday means either Tanaka-san or Mutatsu. Okay. I think we're seeing the conclusion, right? So this ended up resolving exactly the same way. Not much other than some gender stuff. That's right. What do you need? Oh, okay. We're bypass. So you have like 3 or so stock phrases for the extra stuff. Oh no, silence. Kabbalah, right? Okay. Na 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 na. What are we doing? What do we have on Fridays? Puka? Alright, what are you feeding me? I want to make something other than just rice balls. I don't mean to bother you, but would you mind helping me for just a little while longer, Makoto-kun? I started cooking because I wanted to thank everyone for what they've done for me. But I need to know how to make more than just rice balls. I need to learn new recipes. But then I started to doubt myself again. That's when I thought about you. I know it's a lot to ask, but I'd be happy if you were willing to help me like you did before. I'll do my best, so... No? Okay. Really? Oh, I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you. I just want to thank everyone for helping me find my place in the world. I just want to be as helpful outside of battle as I am during it. If I can do that, then maybe I can help you too, Makoto-kun. That's all I'm trying to do. The feelings. The feelers. Okay. Am I overdoing it? Nah, you're fine. Sorry, I guess I'm the only one who can answer that. I'll see you later. And she just runs off. Oh no, she left. I'm curious if in P3R they just show the character model just like walk off or run off. But yeet. Okay. Think we can see the conclusion. Shouldn't be different, right? Maybe this is divine guidance. The detective called me and said he found my wife and son. He said they're running a small restaurant. I guess it's pretty popular. My son's married and his wife's pregnant. That makes me feel so old. I decided I'd leave after I saw you, so I'll be going tonight. I won't be back until they've forgiven me. I'll get down on my knees if I have to, and if my son wants to suck me in the face, well, that's fine too. He did own up to it. I've been thinking about what I'm gonna say to my wife, even though I'm not so good with words. I'm gonna say, I want to recite the sutra with you by my side for the rest of my life. Well, how's that sound? Not that good. Awesome. Ah, come on kid, you're embarrassing me. Even though I'm a monk, I'm still attached to my family. I guess I'm a worldly monk, huh? But I finally faced the fact that I was drinking to hide my true feelings. I feel so free now. It's all your fault, kid. You reminded me of my son. Maybe Buddha sent you to help me. I gotta admit, I believe in fate. If I hadn't met you, I'd never have seen my family ever again. I owe you, kid. Our first 10. Yeah, it resolved exactly the same. Pretty much. With the like a bit of like boy instead of girl, but everything stayed the same. No changes. I really like the monk's social link. There's a lot of... Here, take this. It's a goodbye gift. Yep, the reserve tag. When you mix I don't know, coin tray, I have no idea, with white rum, lemon juice, and ice. You get a cocktail called XYZ. Movies and manga often use the initials XYZ to symbolize the end of something. But I think of XYZ as the best. Plus, it tastes so good going down. I'll be praying that your future is XYZ. That's a bit of a coincidental foreshadowing. So long, kid. Yeah, he has a really wholesome, open-ended kind of hopeful ending. Sengoku. I think this is just gonna be some yap. Oh, it's an Imperial Prince, right? Or was it King? It's Imperial Prince, rather. Okay. Good. Okay. So we have to do Michael now, right? And we don't need the, whoops. We don't need Tower. I don't expect Michael to be different until the end of the game. Because I think the husband, like the not the husband, but the father figure, he's got to say something different. I was like it was weird. So in the Xiaomi timeline, or the Xiaomi line, the husband like asked you out as a Xiaomi. So I doubt that has to be I doubt that is the same, right? So it's gonna be interesting how it differs. All right, Michael, let's go. Is this the jungle gym thing? Hey, have you seen Striped Shirt? Oh yeah, that's right. You have to unlock son. What's his name? Inari, right? Inari? Was it Inari? Anari? Oh no. I feel like it's Inari. We were playing tag, but it's no fun if I can't find him. Hey, Striped Shirt. Yeah. You don't look so good. Are you sick? Kinda, yeah. I'm surprised you could tell. Huh, so you are sick. No, I'm kidding. You're so easy, Maiko. No fair. I'm an innocent girl, so I actually believed you. Self-awareness. And you are Michael's friend. So you're the guy she was talking about. I wonder what you were like, dude. His social link. Tearful. Are you too old to play with kids, or are you still young at heart? Hey, I'm hungry. I want takoyaki. Takoyaki! Okay. She's yelling at the top of the... You can eat with us too, Striped Shirt. Nah, I'm okay. Thanks. I'll see you guys around. He's gone. I usually see him around the shrine on Sundays. I see him on the way to cram school too. Yay, it's takoyaki time! Alright. This is where she shares about her father experience, right? It's so hot I might burn up. I remember one time Dad burnt his mouth on this takoyaki because I put too many in his mouth at once. He was like, "Faiga, what?" I don't remember that part. Dad doesn't spend much time at home anymore these days. But I have a birthday soon. Oh, do you think he'll come home for my birthday? Don't worry, he'll be there. You really think so? Yes. I mean, I know Mom will buy me presents, but still. She hasn't asked me what I want yet. If they really love me, they wouldn't get a divorce. You're the only one who still plays with me, you know? Still plays out. Today's laundry day, so I better get home soon. If I don't do laundry, the house will be a real big mess. See ya. I forgot how old she is. I want to say 7. Okay, this is the hotel
以
accounting.
上が7日に行った作戦のあらましです。やはり個体によっては一筋縄ではいかないようです。
Nah,
なるほど。敵も徐々に手強くなってるね。
you pretender.
だけど悪い話ばかりじゃない。
待ってください。この際なんで桐城先輩に聞きたいことがあります。
Right?
私だけじゃないと思いますけど、ここに来てからびっくりの連続で私少し流されてきた気がするし、だからこの際はっきりさせたいんです。ズバリ聞きますけど、先輩私たちにまだ何か大事なこと言ってないんじゃないですか？例えば影時間やタルタロスのことわかんないみたいに言ってましたけど、あれって10年前の事故と関係あるんじゃないですか
10年前の事故？
Oh, interesting.
ゆかりちゃん。学園の周りで爆発があってたくさん人が死んだ話、当時すごいニュースになったはずですし、先輩は知ってますよね。
ああ。
幸い生徒は無事だったみたいですけど、でもなんか変。なぜかちょうど同じ頃、一度に何十人も不登校になってるんです。これ偶然なんでしょうか？
どういう意味だ？
私、実は学園に残ってる昔の書類とか調べたんです。そしたら不登校なんてのは記録だけ。本当はみんな急に倒れて入院したって。似てると思いませんか？風花をいじめてた子が入院した時と。ちゃんと説明してください。10年前の事故、あの日本当は何があったんですか？学園は桐城グループが建てたんだから、桐城先輩は知ってるはずでしょ？私本当のことが知りたいんです。
隠してるわけじゃない。必要のないことは告げてないというだけだ。しかし
仕方ないさ。君のせいじゃない。
分かった。すべて話そう。シャドウにはいくつも不思議な能力がある。研究によればそれは時間や空間にさえ干渉するものらしい。私たちは敵と思っているからあまり意識しないが、もしそれを利用できるとしたらどうだ？何か大きな力になるかもしれないと思わないか？今から14年前、そう考えて実践に移した人物がいたんだ。桐城グループの先代、桐城光悦、私の祖父だ。祖父はシャドウの力に痛く見せられ、それを利用して何か途方もないものを作ろうとしていたようだ。
途方もないもの？
実現のために研究者を集い、シャドウを大量に集めさせた。
シャドウを集めた？
しかし10年前、計画の最終段階で暴走事故が起き、実験は失敗。制御を失ったシャドウの力で、後には忌まわしい痕跡が残ることになってしまった。
それってまさか。
そう、影時間とタルタロスだ。記録では集められていたシャドウは分かれて飛び散り消失したとある。満月の旅にやってくるのはこの時のシャドウだ。
消失？それでいつも予想できない場所に。ちょっといいですか？今の話が本当ならなんで学校がタルタロスに？まさか実験をやった場所って。
そうだ。
じゃあうちの生徒が何十人も入院したっていうあれも。
全て君の考えている通りだ。傘下にあって人も集まり、最も好きなようにできる場所、おそらくポートアイランドは最適だったんだ。実験の場所は紛れもなく10年前の月光館学園だ。
それどういうことですか？それじゃあこの部の活動って無関係の私たちを使ってその時の後始末ってこと？騙したんですか？真田先輩だって知ってたんでしょ？これじゃ私たち都合よく利用されてるだけじゃない。それとも先輩は戦う理由なんてどうでもいいってことなんですか？
そんな風に言った覚えはない。理由なら あるさ。
どう取ってくれてもいい。黙っていたのは確かに私の意志だ。すまなかった。隠す気などなかった。だが筋道よりも君らを確実に引き入れることの方が私には大切に思えた。理不尽だろうと戦えるのはペルソナ使いだけ。世界で私たちだけだからだ。
今さら。
それに私には力を得るかどうか選ぶ余地などなかった。私は。
みつる、もういい。竹馬くん、罪は過去の大人たちにある。そして彼らはみんな自らの行いによって命を落とした。今はもう当事者はいないんだ。言われのない後始末なのはみんな同じなのさ。
Dramatic irony.
でも
事故から10年。シャドウたちがどうして今になって目覚めたかは本当にわからない。
He knows. That whole thing about the past thing. Ikutsuki.
でも目覚めたってことは見つけて倒せるってことでもある。これどういうことかわかるかい？あの12体こそ全ての始まりなんだ。と言ったらわかるかな？
All part of his
奴
plan.
らを全部倒せば影時間やタルタロスも消える。
その通り。さっきは話の腰を折られちゃったけど、どうだい？朗報だろ？
本当なんですか？
The carrot. The carrot on the stick, man.
確証となる記録もある。ここからが本当の戦いの始まりだね。
本当の戦い。
事情がどうあれ、人を守るためなのは変わらない。シャドウたちはだんだん力をつけてる。待ってるだけじゃ勝てない。
はい。
それにタルタロス自体にも謎は多いからね。なぜあんな巨大なものが現れたのか、僕らの知らない答えがきっとあるはずだ。
答え。
Set you up. I'm telling you. Okay. Tanaka-san is here, right? Yep. Alright. The other day, a woman came to my office asking for a donation. Oh yeah, this is a spur of the moment. Silver lining. She was the kind of girl that men dream of. Drop dead gorgeous. But no matter how attractive she was, I was repulsed by her dedication to charity work. Are you going to donate? Of course not. I hate the very word. Why should I give my hard-earned money to a bunch of freeloaders? I pulled myself out of squalor to get where I am today. In fact, I've earned the right to laugh at those who used to laugh at me. That's what I had always dreamt of. But to tell you the truth, now I have too much money. Profits are booming, but I'm so busy I don't have time to spend a dime. Maybe I should train someone to take my place. I could teach them my business philosophy and help them master my management skill techniques. I could create a carbon copy of me. Narcissism to the max. It would probably cost me a fortune, but if it works, then I could sit back and relax in my massage chair. Your clone would be thinking the same thing, though. How about it? Want to become my successor? I'll even let you join the Tanaka family. Just kidding. People who think I'm a weirdo if I adopted a boy as old as you. Despite, yeah. Good old humility. Donate for the sake of the less unfortunate. Eh. He does turn around for it, though. Does turn around for it. Sunday. What are we doing on Sunday? Oh, I think we might be starting.
暇そうだな、相変わらず。てめえが何しに来た？また連れ戻そうってんなら話すことはね。
そんなんじゃない。腐れ縁の相手でもたまには心配になることもある。
あ？
お前とも長いな。 個人で顔を合わせてからもうすぐ14年か。よくミキとお前と3人でまだ更地だったこの辺を夜まで走り回ったな。影時間どころか時間なんてものに目が行くことさえなかった。
たく変わらねえな。弱音なら仲間に吐きやがれ。
なんだと。
普段のてめえはバカみてえに前しか見てねえ。昔の話なんかしねえ。わかりやすすぎんだよ。
思い出話くらいするさ。俺だってな。実はな、影時間やタルタロスを消す方法がついに明らかになった。
本当なのか？
ああ。今まで俺は強くなることさえできれば正直他は二の次だった。だが昨日目的もなく戦ってるのかと正面から言われてとっさに返さなくてな。
戦う理由か。そんなもんそれぞれだ。理由がねえならいっそ手を引きゃいい。俺みてえにな。
お前とは違うさ。というかお前に説教を食うとはな。いや気が回ったもんだ。邪魔したな。
たくガキが。
はい。ちょっといいか。
先輩、どうぞ。
戦いのバックアップだけじゃなく、いろいろな調べ物も得意みたいだな。
すみません。皆さんに無断で私。
いや、君にああいうスキルがあるなら折り入って頼みがある。10年前の事件、あれの真相を分かる限り調べてほしい。
でもあの事件のことは一般には多分。
調べてほしいのはキリ城が保有しているサーバーだ。
それって侵入よろしいんですか？
私の ID とパスワードは預ける。君が罪に問われるようなことは決してない。詳しい事実が知りたいんだ。
先輩。
もちろん無理強いする気はない。
わかりました。私にできることなら協力します。
そうか、すまない。山岸、君は不満はないのか？事情はどうあれ私は隠し事をしたまま君たちを戦いに巻き込んだ。恨み事の一つも言いたいはずじゃないのか？
それは違います。私の家って親族がみんな医者ばかりで、うちだけが医者をしてなくて、両親が私のことにすごく熱心なのはそういうコンプレックスを見返すためなんです。だから家にいるのは正直辛くて。でもここには私にしかできないことがあって、それを必要としてくれる人がいる。恨み事なんてないです。
君はここに必要な人間だ。代わりは誰にも務まらない。
そんな。
鬼切りよ、邪魔をしたな。
タルタロスも影時間も消えるか。消えていいじゃんか。なんで俺。くそ、なんでこんなモヤモヤすんだ。
まだ7月なのに。つーかうちらもう3年じゃん。こうやって制服で寄り道とかすんの何気にもう人生ラストっぽいよね。いいよ別に。早く大学とか行って遊びたいじゃん。
そっか。なんか分かっちった。戦うの使命とか思って夢中になってたけど、考えてみりゃ俺それなくなったら俺他になんもねえじゃん。正義のためとか嘘じゃん。しかも戦うのだってあいつに水開けられたまんまじゃんか。くそ、全部半端じゃんよ俺。
悪い予感だけどんどん当たってく。形のないものを信じてたってそんなの無駄なのかな。お父さん、春先に届いたこの手紙読み返すのもう何度目かな。
10年後の家族へ。明日 ムーンライトブリッジの開通式の会場からこの手紙を出すつもりです。手紙はタイムカプセルに入れられて届くのは10年後です。10年経ったらゆかりは16歳か。こんなにちっちゃい君がもう高校生なんだね。僕は仕事でいつも君を寂しがらせてるけど、君はいつも笑顔をくれる。今お父さんは仕事にやりがいを感じてる。すぐに大きな仕事も待ってる。ここまで認めてもらえたのは素直に嬉しいことだ。でも誓って言おう。君は母さんの未来より大事なものなんて僕には一つもないんだ。
父さん。
ゆかり、毎日は楽しいかい？今隣にいる小さな君のように明日を待ち遠しいって感じてるかい？これから10年、たとえどんなことがあっても君は幸せでありますように。それじゃあ隣にいる母さんとこの心配性な手紙を大いに笑ってください。2000年3月6日。
どんなことがあってもか。信じるしかないよね。私は逃げない。母さんみたいにはならない。絶対。
I'm gonna think of it. We don't even have access to Yukari yet. Didn't even do anything yet with her. Are we mooning it up? Can we moon it up? No. If we can do anything here. Shrine. Still got Chihiro, right? Oh wait. Oh yeah, we have to also get the fountain pen. Yeah, the fountain pen from Koromaru. I don't know. Tanaka-san is available on Sundays. Nope. Tuesdays, right? Gonna be speeding up. Ferosu. Ferosu.
また会ったね。僕ら初めて会ってからどのくらいかな。時ペルソナ使いとしての日常はどう？そう、それはよかった。やってくる終わりについてまた少し思い出したんだ。終わりが来ちゃう原因は多分ずっと前の出来事にある。そう、確か10年前だ。ねえ、君が両親を亡くしたのも確か10年前だったよね。
Actually, that's a good question. Because 10 years ago, that was when, right, Igus implanted Farosu into you. However, the events didn't necessarily involve your parents. So I think the whole parents thing, that's a little interesting angle. Like, with the parents, was it in the same incident?
ペルソナはね、使う人の鏡なんだ。だからペルソナ使いは自分自身の本当から逃げられない。でも僕はそれでも君と共にあるよ。 友達だからね。
One in the same. For now. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. We have finals for before the summer vacation. I think we just stay up. So, I think now we can start our moon link. Do I need a moon? I feel like I do need a moon persona. Wait, that's star. Yeah, this guy? Num 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 num. What? Don't look at me while I'm eating. You're making me feel self-conscious. Ugh. You spoiled the moment. I can't savor the flavor of my limited edition gourmet sandwich with you here. It seems you were able to distract him from his limited edition gourmet sandwich because of your charm. What do you want? What are you eating? Oh, you're curious. Do you consider yourself a gourmet? Is that possible? A slim guy like you? Prove it. If you can pass my gourmet quiz, then I'll believe you. What should I ask? I don't want to make it too difficult. Give me some time to think. Nom 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 nom. Wait. Can I just answer your question now? Phew, I finally swallowed it. Now, the quiz begins. This first question is a freebie. What's the most popular drink at the cafe over there? The pheromone coffee? Correct. Here's question number 2. What color is the mascot for Wild Duck Burger? Green? Ah, you're pretty good. Question 3. What is the secret menu item at Hagakure? The Hagakure Bowl, right? I'm impressed. You seem to have some knowledge about food, but it pales in comparison to mine. Let's see, can you bring me something I've never eaten before? I doubt such a thing exists, though. The odd morsel. If you succeed, then I'll accept you as a fellow gourmand, or gourmet. What is that mysterious food? Give that to me. There you go. Ugh, this is awful. But I'm impressed. I haven't tasted something like that in all of my life. I like you now. We go to the same school, right? I can tell from your uniform. I'm kind of embarrassed to say this to you first time, but would you mind not standing so close to me? It's because you're so thin and cool. If people start thinking we're best friends or something, I'm going to end up as the uncool one. Yeah, I thought your voice sounded familiar. You know what I'm here for. Hand it over. What? It's you. Help! Emergency! Hey, you call the fire truck. I mean the police? Yes, right. We think the same way. Pipe down. I don't want anyone getting suspicious. Look, I have to take care of some business, but you're Nozomi Suemitsu, aren't you? Yeah, I thought so. You're going to have to reconsider. I really can't let this one slide. What? The man left. What was he up to? Well, that was something. Normally I would stand up to guys like him, but I'm trying to be passive nowadays. My name is Nozomi Suimitsu. By the way, how about what I said before? Maybe it's not so bad having you stand in front of me. Nozomi Suimitsu. I don't remember what his deal was, so guess we'll find out. Let's at least do our final exams, right? Our final exams go pretty quick. Then we'll wait on the summer vacation thing. All that arguing made me hungry. My stomach is definitely not amused. You want to tag along? You know who I am? I am called the Gourmet King. That's right, it's my little nickname. I'm Gourmet King 2009. Or was it 2010? Whatever. I know all the best places for, what's... Oh, my stomach actually growled too. That sounds like a tummy emergency. Sorry, I'll have to treat you another time. Don't worry, I'll remember. He ran off. It was getting dark. Okay. I don't remember what his deal was. Oh, yeah.
どうしたみんな腹でも減ってるのか
いえ。もうすぐ夏休みですね。皆さん何しようとか考えてますか？
そらまあ夏といえば海っしょ。ビーチに水着にひと夏の思い出。はあ、気晴らしにどっか海とか行きてー。なんかこう南の方のめちゃくちゃ透き通ってるっぽいとこ。つか下から期末だよ。はあ、マジだりー。
まあまあ。けど綺麗な海っていうと沖縄とか一度行ってみたいな。
沖縄じゃないけど屋久島って選択肢ならありかもね。
理事長いらしてたんですか？
いや、前を通りかかったんで来週の予定をちょっと知らせにね。栗城君、お父上は今年の休暇を屋久島で取られるつもりらしい。
It's all part of his plan.
お父様が？
試験が明ければ君らは休みだろう。どうだい、ここらで気分転換でも。
マジ？それ旅行ってことっすよね。きたー！海、水着、水着！
He actually said, beach, swimsuits. Mitsuki.
水着ってこいつ。
Yeah, she did. She said this. She reiterated. I don't know. I think the Sai men is a bit more on the nose.
どうだい、栗城君。
しかしお父様もお忙しい方ですし、せっかくのご休暇をかき回すわけには。
珍しく弱気じゃないか。ご息女が顔を見せに来るというのに、お父上は迷惑がると。君らは本当によくやってる。たまには息抜きも必要だよ。次の作戦日も分かっているわけだし、私はいいと思うけどね。
ですが
先輩、お願いしやっす。
お願いしやっす。
分かった。気分転換は必須事項のようだ。行こうじゃないか。
うっしゃ
ー。Interesting。
特別メニューが組めそうだな。
やっべ、楽しみ。
あ、私水着とか買わないと。
あんだよ、俺の貸してやるって。
バカだろ。
理事長も泳ぐんですか？
Oh yeah, forgot about there's also the speedo thing.
僕は泳ぐのはちょっとね。夏の太陽を浴びると体が灰になるから。
え、マジ？
バカだ。
He just said, bakada, as in like, not of course, like there's no mochiron involved, just bakada. As in you're stupid. Or facepalm.
待って てください、キリジョウ先輩。この前はすいませんでした。言い過ぎたかもって。
構わないさ。屋久島に行くことになったのもある意味必然かもしれない。
Oh, I get it. Kamana-sa. Don't worry. As opposed to, Shinpai. Shinpai Suna.
あの事故の当事者はもうすべていないと理事長は私をかばってはくれたがな。実は一人だけ生き証人がいるんだ。
生き証人？
私の父さ。
そうだったんだ。
Yeah, she didn't say that. So, fair enough. It's a kind of implied, I suppose. Monday. Nothing on Monday. Sleep. Sheets is on Monday. Okay. Alright, let's do all our exams, right? This should be our finals. Dowsing. Next one is probably Octopus. Juggernaut thing, right? Okay. Comma. And then the last one is just our intelligence. We're good.
終わったー。ようやく終わったぜ、暗黒のテストデイズ。シャバの太陽が目にしみるぜ。
で、どうだったの？
聞いて驚け。答えはバッチリだ。
ああ、なんかいろいろ分かった。
ふん。男は済んだことをくよくよ振り返らないのさ。
He actually said that. I was expecting them to do something else, but that he did say. A lot of the the men thing, like the masculine, like jibber jabber, like the tit for tat about men and like feminism and misogyny, like that type of thing. They actually say it differently in Japanese or refer to things differently. Except this one, he did actually say it.
俺の心はもう遥か遠く、屋久島のスカイブルーな空の下だぜ。
Oh, he said way more than that. Like the described environment.
あ、そっか、もうすぐだっけ。
Because you could even hear sky blue.
なんか準備とかした？そっか、そうよね。せっかく行くんだもんね。ごめん、私なんか暗いよね。どっか気晴らしに寄り道して帰ろっかな。今日は部活ないし。
お、いいっすね。どこ寄ってく？
Okay.
水着とか買うんなら俺がアドバイスしてやろっか？
いらないっつうの。
大ナイツの。
てかちょっと待ってて。部室から荷物取ってくるから。あ、ついでに風花にも声かけよう。
あのさ、なんつうか。ここんとこ俺切れたりとかして浮いてたっつうかさ。大人げなかったよな。そうだな。
大丈夫だよ。
また元通りやろうな。んじゃ、行こうぜ。
行こうぜ。
しゃー！この開放感、何すっかな。
俊平くん切り替え上手だよね。
まあな。てかあれ、そういや真田さん一緒なの珍しいっすね。
いくつきさんに呼ばれてる。なんでも新たな戦力について話があるらしい。
戦力ってまた新人ですか？
I guess.
さあな。
風花！あれ、夏希ちゃん。風花さ、補習付き合ってくんない？知ってる顔なくってさ。あ、つうか今日あれか、実家帰るとこ。じゃあいいや。 待っていいよ大丈夫一緒に行こうすみません先に戻っててください
なんか変わったよな。びっくりだぜマジ。
仲良きことは美しきかな。いやー結構青春って素晴らしいよね。なんかキラキラしてる。
理事長
キラキラですね。Right, vibrant, キラキラ。
人を迎えに来て近くを通りかかったもんでね。ちょうどいい、紹介しとこう。
どうも。
Oh, that's right. This is where Ken...
あれ天田くんじゃん。どうしたの？
知り合いだったのか。
彼は事情があって休み中も帰らないんだよ。
I thought they were referring to Koromaru first.
あ、少し聞いてます。確かご両親。
もともと母さんと2人だけだったんですけど、その母さんも事故に遭ってしまって、一昨年のことです。
まあそういうことなんだ。今は東園からの学費の保証だけで通ってる。でもだからって一人ぼっちで初等科寮にいたんじゃ寂しいだろう。そこで彼を夏の間だけ君らの寮へ転居させることにしたんだ。
転居っていいんですか？
もちろん招くからには彼にも見込みがあると。
それじゃあ俺が聞いてた新たな戦力というのは。
でもご覧の通り彼は初等科だし、あくまで可能性の話だけど。
真田明彦先輩ですよね。噂初等部にも届いてます。ボクシング負けなしだって。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくな。
Alright. So this is right before all the shenanigans, right? And the real talk. This is good. Good place to stop for today. We'll go over our social links again. Yeah, I don't remember what his deal was. Okay. We have like the 4 more social links. Oh, 5 actually. Right, Yukari for lover, Mitsuru for empress, Aegis, right, Aeon. I don't know who the star guy is. And then Sun, right? Inari. Is that it? I'm genuinely very curious if they like flesh out some of the dialogue, because I think it's hard to imagine the Japanese without reading the Japanese. So technically I could turn it to Japanese and see what the dialogue is like for the social links, like what they wrote in Japanese for these characters, because some of the English is kind of a little bit weird. Since they don't have CVs, I have no reference. So the English, some of the English is like Kenji's English is kind of wonky, and especially Kenji's. There are a couple weird ones in there, and maybe we'll do something like somewhat special and read some of the Japanese comparisons, because I would have to read the Japanese to see what they intended and then how they adapted it, like localized it, right? When P3R rolls around, I wouldn't know if it was the original, largely because they could have edited, and I can at least compare the English written stuff with maybe whatever they change in the English when P3R maybe like update it or touch it. I'm very curious if they kept it like this. Some of the dialogue is kind of uneven in terms of the English like translation related things. Many years in between now and then, right? Between this 2009 and the 2024? Yeah, 2024 was reload, I think. So plenty of time. All right, that's it for today. I don't remember if I did. More on that later. Pretty good. Pretty good. What is our time looking like? I think we'll be able to start P4G. It's probably gonna get pretty close to like the end of, at this rate, probably the third week, either third week or fourth week, we'll be starting Persona 4 Golden. Technically I played a little bit of it before. Actually, I did stream it before, but we didn't get that far. I'm not sure how far in we got, but anyways, that's a wrap for my P3P session today. So if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up P3P for yourself. I believe there's a special thing that they're doing right now where they're like rebroadcasting Persona like the animation, like the different anime shows, and then they're obviously once again cutting prices on all the existing games because it's the 30th anniversary, right? 30th anniversary is sometime in September, so very soon. All right, so until next time, right? More than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss things. I was talking a couple deep cuts here and there. Probably gonna digress and talk about other social links and whatnot that I didn't talk about the first time around. Usually I have different ideas along the way. Sometimes the same idea comes up, but generally speaking, I take my time, mix it up. If like I didn't have time to talk about it the first time around, I usually talk about it the second time around, and so on and so forth. Right. Until next time. 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.